Welcome to Watch, Review, Repeat. This is the podcast where two best friends discuss the latest in film and television and then do it all over again the following episode. My name is Colton Brown. Joining me is Andrew Meadows.
We are here slightly later than normal.
Indeed.
But we are here
Indeed.
to record on some stuff.
Oh, we have lots of stuff to record on. So, brief background of the slight delay in getting this episode recorded is my computer is a big old piece of shit. Let me say that right now. And I had to do a classic reboot, which took about 30 minutes. But hey, we're here. We've started it. It's not on fire as of yet. And we have a lot to talk about today. So there's a very good chance that it does catch on fire in the next however many hours this is going to take. But
it really is the perfect Patreon plug.
Yeah, that's, you know what? I think you got a real marketing sense to you. I think you got the right idea there. So yeah. I need a new computer. Someone buy me a new computer. I don't know. How much is it going to cost? $1? $5? So yes. Speaking of Patreon, we've got a lot going on Patreon. So I'm just going to jump to that. Yeah, we're doing a double feature. We'll get to that. We'll set up things. We've got a lot to cover. But let me just jump to the Patreon right now, because patreon.com/watchreview-repeat is a really, really cool place for many reasons.
Gonna be popping.
It's going to be popping. It is actively popping a little bit right now because we put out a bonus episode very recently, which is the first bonus episode we have done in some time. The first one we've done in 2023, in fact, and it is the first in a series that we are doing on historical epics. So we started things off with Troy, which is it's just not necessarily a historical story, but it's a mythological story, which maybe has rooted in some version of history. We talked about that. We brought in Anna. She gave us kind of the mythological background on stuff. It was a very fun episode, and we intend to do a lot more in that vein. So I encourage everyone to check it out. It is available as of the recording of this episode as a timed exclusive episode for our supporters on Patreon, which means if you go to that website I just mentioned, and I'll mention it again, patreon.com/watchreviewrepeat, you can chip in $2 a month. You will get access to that bonus episode, all forthcoming bonus episodes in that series, and you'll also get early access to all of our regular episodes, such as this one, such as whatever we've got coming down the pipeline later in September. And maybe we can take that money and $2 by $2, 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. Eventually, that might end up being a new computer that isn't about to catch fire every time we record. So I have a laptop, to be fair. Worst comes to worst, I have a backup, and Anna has a laptop. We can make things work. Worst comes to worst, but. I've been due for an upgrade for at least a couple of years now, and by the time I actually do get around to making that upgrade, it'll be long, long overdue. But anything helps, and we try to make it fair so that our supporters on Patreon are more than fairly compensated for the amount that they are supporting us financially. So check all that out. I think we can say we might have said as much at the end of that bonus episode for those who have listened. Thank you. I think we're going to do Gladiator next as our bonus episode. We're basically doing one by one because that's easier for our schedules. Should also make for theoretically some shorter bonus episodes and stuff. So, watch a movie at a time, record an episode, put it out on the Patreon, put it up on the regular feed at some point down the line. We'll kind of be doing that for a while.
I'm actually really excited because the pressure to head to the movie theaters for me with the new baby and everything is offloaded by off weeks of watching something at home, and it also gives it gives meaning to the Patreon. It makes it exciting. We're able to get some older content, or not older content, but we're able to record on older movies and stuff. It's pretty cool. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, no, it's a cool thing we're doing. The genesis of it is explained in that Troy episode, so I won't get into it too much here. But Andrew is feeling a little inspired. Let's just put it that way. And I think it's going to make for a really fun opportunity for us to, obviously we'll still be doing the regular episodes here and there, not every week necessarily, but kind of as things come out of interest to us. And that'll be a good way to fill the time with things that we know will interest us because we're picking them ourselves. We're not relying on going to the theaters to watch whatever the latest thing is, whether it's good, bad, whatever. So so that's what's going on over on the Patreon. Now back to what we're talking about today. We left off our last regular episode with a mammoth of a fucking episode. We did Barbenheimer. We talked about Barbie. We talked about Oppenheimer. The double feature event of the year.
The phenomenon, right?
The phenomenon, the internet phenomenon that it became, probably still is. Actually, we'll talk about Barbie a little bit later. I can tell you that much. And so I didn't think we would come back with another double feature. I didn't think we could possibly even hope to match the likes of Barbenheimer. And well, maybe we won't be matching it in terms of the scale and size of the movies that we're talking about. It just worked out that Andrew and I have made a couple theater treks in the past several weeks. And wouldn't you know it, both of them maybe worth talking about. Just like Barbenheimer. Maybe there's a thing or two that we have to say about these two movies, which are Blue Beetle and Gran Turismo. So
both
I don't
are
think
blue,
there's
by the way. Both feature blue prominently.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah. I don't think we have any cute
movies.
portmanteaus or anything to combine them. Blue Turismo, Gran Beetleismo. There's nothing that really, really rolls off the tongue exactly. Grand Beetle, no, I don't think that works either.
Blue Turismo sounds pretty cool though.
Blue Turismo, yeah, I don't think you get enough. Barbenheimer connotes enough that you can kind of get both out of it. That doesn't really work, and also, it doesn't have a Wikipedia article. Let's put it that way. Neither of these movies, to spoil things we'll also talk about later, are lighting the box office on fire, shall we say? But maybe that's undeserved. Maybe it is. I don't know. All things we'll talk about.
We'll talk about it.
But I'm excited because two movies that I think were sort of on our radar for various reasons. I mean, Blue Beetle's yet another DC movie. That could be good. That could be mostly bad. That's usually how those things tend to go, at least as of late. Gran Turismo is a fucking Sony video game movie based on a racing simulator. Like, okay, all right, how's that going to work? So yeah, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about how they all kind of played. And in terms of other things, we have a lot of other things to talk about. A lot of dead people we're going to talk about, unfortunately, and I do mean a lot. Our listeners will understand, and it's gonna be heavy, but it's a lot. And we'll have some headlines, some trailers, we'll do some box office stuff, and then we'll get into the movies and whatever else we've been up to. So it's gonna be a pretty jam-packed episode. So we're gonna try to maintain a pretty solid pace, especially given that we're starting later than we hoped. And Andrew is in fact still a dad, and in fact still has a job that he has to get to in the morning and stuff. So
in other words, there's a solid chance I might be waking up at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, and going to work at leaving for work, waking up at 7.
We're trying to keep the man functional tomorrow, is what I'm trying to say. So we're gonna fly through some stuff. We got a lot to cover, but before we get into that other stuff, I would love to hear if you have a fun fact about either of the movies that we have today, Blue Beetle or Gran Turismo.
So I do. Given your computer circumstances, I was able to prep myself this time. I had about an hour and a half to study up on the history of Gran Turismo and the history of Polyphony.
Polyphony
Yes.
Digital, the company that is responsible for right. Mm-hmm.
And also the history of PlayStation. So I did read me some Wikipedia articles. It was good reading. I will say that that Gran Turismo released in '97, but it started production through Polyphony Studios or Polyphony Digital. I'm sorry, in '92, which is 2 years before the PlayStation released in America. And I think that it's 2 years. I think it's Japan. It's 2 years before it released in Japan. So Polyphony Studios was working on Gran Turismo with a team of 7. It started out with a team of 7, producing and making Gran Turismo, the original game. And it wasn't until '97 that it released. And when it released, it sold 10,850,000 copies with 140 cars and 11 tracks. And And a couple years later, they released Gran Turismo 2, which increased the cars from 140 to 640. But it didn't sell. It didn't sell almost as. I mean, it sold 9 million copies, which is pretty close. But Gran Turismo has a long history, deeply intertwined with PlayStation. It's a PlayStation exclusive, and it is PlayStation's largest selling exclusive video game. So the success of Gran Turismo and the success of PlayStation are intertwined. They're very much, connected. And I myself have played, I think I've owned probably 3 or 4 copies of Gran Turismo. I didn't buy the most recent one because I just got a PlayStation 5 and I didn't own it on PlayStation 4. But I think I owned 1, 2, and 3. I feel confident in saying that.
I know I definitely had 3. 3 was the first PS2 one, I think, and that one was I think it was almost, it might have been a launch title. I remember that one certainly vividly. I think of any of them in the franchise.
That's what got me looking into it. It was whether or not it was a launch title with the original PlayStation, but it wasn't because it was in development for so long.
Okay. I feel like it was close to launch at least, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Years.
It was a couple decades ago. I could be wrong. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
Wikipedia knows the truth, much like Borgullet. Borgullet also knows the truth.
One thing that I think that's awesome about Gran Turismo in particular is the fidelity of the games.
For sure, yeah.
They have a long-standing history of just pushing. Or I can't say if it's pushing the console to its limits because I don't know. I don't know what goes into making the games. But I do know that the level of fidelity that each Gran Turismo game has on the on the platform that it's released on is unreal. Like it, I mean, obviously a PlayStation 1 game's not photorealistic, but when it was released, it felt photorealistic. It felt like it was groundbreaking. Much like, Gran Turismo, I looked up screenshots of Gran Turismo 7, and it looks photorealistic. I mean, it's, they're really incredible games. Anyway, so that was my deep dive on Gran Turismo and how they've pushed PlayStation, and how the success of those two are intertwined with one another. PlayStation is a groundbreaking video game platform, and continues to push the envelope of what a gaming system can be. Outside of a PC, PC Master Race and all, but PlayStation, I feel like if you're going to play,
I'm trying to join it. It's just my, if those goddamn patrons would, maybe just an extra $1 or $2, please.
I'm
kidding. I'm fully kidding.
I think that PlayStation is the one the PlayStation is the one to own outside of Nintendo. Nintendo's
fully,
in like their own
watch,
camp.
review, repeat. Are we fully endorsing PlayStation? Fuck Microsoft. Fuck Xbox.
I mean, I feel like Microsoft had Halo, but outside of Halo, everything else is PlayStation, dude. All of a sudden,
they got Starfield now. They got the Bethesda shit, man. They got that on lock.
They got BG. They got BG3 before Microsoft, anyways. We'll talk about it.
Yeah,
catching up.
It's true.
It's good stuff. Anyways, fun fact. That's my fun fact. It's a
Very
little
cool.
history on PlayStation.
Excellent. Nice. Very cool. I before we recorded, I wasn't sure if you had a fun fact prepared, and by the time I asked was after I had gone through the whole cycle of, oh god, my computer just took 30 minutes to restart, and I was like, if he doesn't have anything, then I have one ready to go. I did almost an identical thing. I looked at a lot of stuff on Wikipedia, but I was looking at a lot of the GT Academy specific stuff. So I think I'm gonna put that in my back pocket because I think it'll be fun to talk about that when we talk about the movie itself, which is based on a true story. It's not necessarily the true story, but maybe how close it is something we can talk about. So I'll put that in the back pocket. I will throw out, however, a very, very quick fun fact for Blue Beetle, just so we can cover both movies with our fun fact section. A very small one, but I think it's an important milestone for cinema in general, especially given how prevalent the superhero film genre is. This is the first Blue Beetle. Blue Beetle is the first live action studio superhero film to center on a Latino superhero, which is a pretty big deal. Representation matters. Diversity is cool. It's all right. It's woke, whatever. But like, hey, it's okay. It's also okay. And like, you know,
like it's cool. Like
it's also like cool, man. You know what I mean? So I think that's just like a nice thing to throw out there, with a principally Latino cast made by a Latino director. You know, it's like,
and I will say the Latino perspective was, we'll talk about it.
Maybe it makes it fresher than other movies.
That's right.
Maybe there's a version of this movie that has nothing but white people in it, and it's not as fun.
It kind of sucks, right?
Yeah. You know, maybe you can elevate material by having it feel fresh and different than everything that has come before it. I think maybe that's a valid point to make, and maybe it is a point that we will make in due time. So anyway,
we'll talk about
throwing that out there. It's a very quick fun fact for me. I won't try to get long-winded because we have a lot to get to, but yeah, I think it's worth noting. I think it's worth throwing that out there. So with that said, we just got to get into this exhausting list, I should say, of unfortunately a lot of people that have passed away since we. So, I mean, here's another fun fact. It was kind of a running joke, I think, throughout the episode. But we did, in fact, we didn't film anything. We did, in fact, record our Barbie and Oppenheimer coverages separately. And then we kind of Frankensteined it together into a massive single episode after the fact. But even since we recorded on Oppenheimer, it's been at least 3 weeks, I want to say. We did do the Troy episode, obviously, in that span, but we didn't talk about news or anything like that. But we're catching up on probably close to a month's worth of stuff, if not longer, because with the Oppenheimer stuff, when we even recorded on Oppenheimer, we had already done the news for Barbie. So it's probably been fully a month since we've covered any news at all, like since we recorded on any news. I
didn't realize that. Yeah.
So we got a lot to catch up on, and this won't be everything. And I'm probably missing headlines. I'm definitely missing a few trailers that I intentionally excluded, so we could kind of circle back around to them later. But I tried to capture all of the folks that unfortunately have passed away in that month-long span, and I think that I don't want to ascribe more importance to one person versus another or anything like that, but some of these have like fairly tangential kind of relationships to film and television, and some are far more obvious. But I didn't want to leave anyone out. I just figure everyone kind of is gets a shout out. You know what I mean? So yeah. And this is in order. I think I tried to make sure this was in order of kind of when everything kind of happened. Well, yeah, in the order of the passing, again, just to make so it doesn't seem like, well, we care about this, we don't care about this guy, that sort of thing. So I'm trying to be relatively thorough with some of this. So we'll begin with the passing of Pee Wee Herman actor Paul Reubens, who died. Let's see. He died late July, so there you go. That tells you how long it's been. The tail end of July, he passed away from a private bout of cancer, which he revealed in a post to Instagram shortly before his death. No, I guess the statement was actually posted after his death. I guess obviously it was kind of a foregone conclusion at that point. It sounded like a cancer battle he had been facing for the last 6 years of his life. Paul Reubens, I think, is an iconic actor. I mean, Pee Wee Herman, I think, is one of the most iconic characters of all time. And I think Paul Reubens himself got into a little bit of trouble here and there. Spent some time in adult theater, and that didn't go so well for him. Kind of fucked up his career for a bit there. But Pee Wee had a little bit of a resurgence, I think, with Netflix. I mean, obviously had the heyday with the show and the movies in the 80s, and I think kind of somewhat into the 90s, and then kind of came back a little bit with, I think there was one or two Netflix movies they did more recently. But arrests and and decent exposure, sort of things aside, I think it's a sad loss. I mean, just a really iconic character actor. So, and Pee Wee Herman, again, is one of those characters I think that I'm sure you have memories of watching Pee Wee as a child. I would stake my... Absolutely. I don't want to say my life. Okay, I'll stake my life on it. Very good.
Absolutely. There's one particular episode of Pee Wee where he ties the knot around his tooth to pull his tooth out. and he slams the door, and he gets like pulled all around the furniture, and it's ridiculous.
But that's the beauty of Pee Wee Herman. He's the most ridiculous man. You know, the suit, the bow tie, the makeup, the hair, all of it is just, the voice. You know, that sort of thing. I know you are, but what am I? I don't know if that was a good impression, to be fair.
Would you think that he was 70 years old? I mean, are we that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Golly,
know. Pee Wee's been around a long time. You know, the character has been around a long time. The character predates our existences, so I suppose it's not insane to think. But nonetheless, it is a sad loss. And, although his character, I think, will effectively live on forever, and I think that's a tribute to the legacy that Paul Reubens leaves behind. Nonetheless, it is still a sad loss. So I guess the first of this bunch is we're going to say rest in peace to Paul Reubens.
Rip.
Yes, rip. Next up is a really sad one too. A very unexpected passing. Angus Cloud, who was an actor in Euphoria, most prominently, passed away. He was 25 years old, so he's very, very young. He played the character of Fezco in Euphoria, which I think that you have watched maybe a season of at the very least. That's
correct, yeah.
Maybe you did more than that, but certainly he's an actor that you would have seen there. Drug dealer Fezco Fez O'Neill is the character's name. Very, very sudden, kind of unexpected death. I think there was some speculation about, people don't usually die when they're 25 years old, and his mother actually put out a statement, I think a little bit after his death, that very much implied that he didn't take his own life. It sounds like it was an accidental overdose of some sort, and I think that Angus had been pretty open with his mental health struggles, and I think that his dad had passed away a week or so like before he himself died, and so one might speculate that perhaps he was abusing substances, I think because of obviously the impact that his dad dying had on his life. And so all in all, it's a very tragic, sad story.
That poor woman.
Yeah, his mom.
Oh, man.
Yeah, is going through it obviously right now. It's just a horrible thing to obviously have to lose two family members that from what I can tell, she seemed to have been very close with, in such close succession is just a really, really, really awful situation to be in. And it's just very sad. Obviously, it's sad for us, to have a young actor who, just looking at it, had booked some stuff. He was going to be in a new horror movie. He was just beginning his career. I mean, Euphoria was kind of a big break, and it was like, all right, well, here's a guy that maybe had a lot of potential ahead of him in terms of his career, and we will never be able to see that potential realized, unfortunately. So really awful all around. Not much else that I can say that makes it any better. It's just very, very sad. So I will say rest in peace to Angus Cloud as well. Now moving on. The next two, not to make light, but we have to introduce some levity when we're talking about these sorts of things. Is, hey, these guys we got a couple of old fucks that died. All right, right. So it's not good. It's not happy. But at the same time,
it's life,
You can appreciate it coming off of talking about someone who was 25 when they died, who was younger than either of us. When you talk about someone that made it to the 80s, it feels like, hey, some people are fortunate to make it to their 90s. Hell, some of them even make it to the century mark. But if you make it to your 80s, to me, that feels like, all right, that's a pretty good run, right? If people know your name, you're in things, and people, recognize your face, recognize your name, think, oh, that's that guy. You did something, right? You know what I mean? And I think that's certainly something to be said. So Mark Margolis, who I think for everyone is probably most notable as Hector Salamanca from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul.
Cling, 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 cling.
I think for maybe Andrew and I is maybe even more memorable as Yes, Satan, the landlord from Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. Ventura. Those are the two roles that I know this guy from, and that's enough. That's what I'm saying. That's enough. Two fucking iconic performances. He passed away at age 83 in early August. Salamanca was a fucking intimidating performance. And Breaking Bad, I haven't seen him in Breaking Call Saul. I think it's some sort of, obviously, because the premise of that show of what it is it some sort of flashback that involves him. I've heard very good things about the show as a side note, but I'll get around to it at some point in the future, but probably not imminently.
He was in Pi and Requiem.
Yeah, he was a frequent Darren Aronofsky collaborator. I did see that. He was in Noah, Black Swan, The Wrestler, Pi. Had over 70 film credits across the 5 decades that he worked. He was born in Philadelphia in 1939, and I think I read that he went to Temple University for like a semester or two, and then dropped out and basically pursued his acting career. So there's some good little synergy there. Had a lot of TV show roles: Equalizer, Oz, Kings, American Horror Story, Californication, and many, many more. Just like a
prolific
classic
actor,
character, supporting actor, but instantly recognizable. I'm telling you, you look at this guy's face, you're like, oh, that guy. He's that kind of actor. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's not a bad thing to be remembered as, oh, it's that guy. The guy that people don't know your name necessarily, but people know this guy's face. They know, the bell ringing. Yeah, that's another thing that, will forever be associated with Mark Margolis, who unfortunately is no longer.
I remember
with us.
him in Pi too.
Okay, yeah.
Anyways, yeah.
Anyway,
rest in peace. Scarface. What a guy! He's in a lot of shit, dude.
He's in a lot of shit. A lot of credits. A lot of credits on his filmography. So rest in peace to Mark Margolis. William Friedkin passed away at age 87, and you would recognize him as the director of a couple really, really successful films. Most notably, I think, for us, The Exorcist. He was the director of the original Exorcist film, and he also directed the Oscar-winning film The French Connection, and he passed away on August 7th, unfortunately, at age 87. I believe he actually was making one final film, and I think that it was far enough along that it was set for release either sometime this year or maybe next year. I'm trying to look up some info on it. Yeah, it's called The Kane Mutiny Court Martial. It's a legal drama, which stars Kiefer Sutherland, Jason Clarke, and himself, the late Lance Reddick as well. So that's supposed to be coming out on Paramount Plus in October. So that's a movie that his final film will be coming out. I don't know a whole lot about it. When I Googled the name last night,
came up.
I saw that this movie was coming out really soon. So it's nice to see that obviously he was able to kind of see maybe one last project through to the completion. Obviously not literally until the release, but a prolific director, I think, early in the 70s between The French Connection and The Exorcist. He did a few things that never seemed to really quite replicate the success of either of those. But nonetheless,
The Exorcist is enough,
good. Yeah, pretty much. When you look at the headline says William Friedkin, the Exorcist director, dies at 87. You pay attention and you say, oh shit, that's a really fucking good movie. That's maybe the best horror movie of all time, if not one of the best. Maybe you can have a conversation. Right. As I recall, we covered it on our 7 Decades of Horror bonus episode because it's just a classic 70s horror film. And, it's one of the most iconic horror films of all time. We're getting a follow-up on it, which I didn't include the trailer for on this episode. I guess I could have done that for some more synergy, but we'll talk about that at some point in the near future. But that first Exorcist movie, no matter how many sequels you make, shitty or not, that first one is just an incredible fucking film. And it's a scary film. It's a scary fucking film. And
still a scary film.
Horror films are so prevalent these days, and there's something that cannot be said about every horror film is that they're scary.
That's right.
I would argue most are not that scary. They might have moments of terror, jump scares, whatever the case may be, but The Exorcist is like fuck you up to your core kind of level of scary. And we talked about that. And like, you know, not anyone can do that. Not anyone could make that. Yes, it's the subject, the thematic content.
It's a tour de force.
Lends itself to that. But he turned, you know, obviously some good material into that tour de force that film was at the time. Obviously, I think we talked about the whole Wikipedia
set the world on
section
fire.
of,
Holy shit.
of, you know, everyone losing their fucking minds at the same time, churches revolting and whatever. But to this day, it still holds up as a scary fucking film.
I asked Chris, he's in the office with us. I asked Chris, and Chris goes to church every Sunday. You know, he's just he's a religious fella.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him, I said, hey, October's coming around the bend, dude. You and Brittany, his wife, you and Brittany want to come over, popcorn, I'll make some popcorn, and we'll watch The Exorcist. And he's like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I couldn't help but laugh. He was very solemn. He just kept working on the computer, like, ignore what I was talking about. And I thought it was hilarious because the movie's so completely unnerving. It's so good. Yes. I mean, it's just, it is what horror films strive to be. You know, so it's just, rest in peace, dude. You made your mark on cinematic history is it'll never go away. You know,
yeah.
So
and
good on you.
Certainly not to discount The French Connection, which he won an Oscar for Best Director for. So there you go.
That one, so I can't talk about that one.
Yeah, and he was nominated for The Exorcist, but he didn't win. I don't know who he was beat out by, but I can tell you that much. Doesn't say that in the article here, but yeah, it's a sad loss. At the same time, you know, that we can appreciate what he leaves behind. You know, it's still sad. Still sad at the end of the day. So rest in peace to William Friedkin. And folks, we're halfway there. We're only halfway there. Ron Cephas Jones, actor on This Is Us, Luke Cage, Mr. Robot, passed away at age 66, which now we're getting back to the point. I was like, 66 is too young. I'm not saying he didn't.
Yeah.
He, you know, obviously he lived a life. He has a very famous daughter who's a, you know, originating Broadway cast member for Hamilton, and that's great. But 66 is too young. He passed away due to long-standing pulmonary issues, is what has been reported. And I think that he is, to me, he's another actor who you see him and you're like, oh, that guy. You know, and again, I reiterate, not in a bad way, but certainly a very, I think, just memorable face and kind of, you know, type of actor that he is. Yeah, his performances. You would have seen him in This Is Us. He won multiple Emmy Awards for his work on This Is Us.
Incredible in This Is Us.
Which I can't speak to that, but you know, but you can.
Oh man, he is absolutely outstanding in that role.
Yeah, 4 Emmy nominations, 2 wins. So he was clearly putting the fucking work in. I mean, truth be told, I think that was a weird sort of thing. He was, and his television credits include Apple Plus series Truth Be Told. I clearly read that in the article, and my brain like latched onto it, and so I should acknowledge that so that it's not just some weird coincidence. I think my brain just hung on to it. Bobby Fish and Luke Cage, you know, he was like one of Pop's friends in the barbershop, and that first season of Luke Cage, particularly, you know, maybe the first 7 episodes of that season are some really good shit. You know what I mean? And like the barbershop stuff was really really well done, and he was kind of a nice addition to all of that. Also had some appearances in films. Dolomite Is My Name, Across the Universe, and I'm sure many others that I can't see here, but it's
prolific actor.
Prolific actor who has departed far too soon. So I will say rest in peace to Ron Cephas Jones as well. All right, the next one, I gotta hand it to this guy. He made it to 99 fucking years old. We thought he might have been immortal, but unfortunately we would have been wrong. Bob Barker, The Price is Right
Barker
host. Bob Barker. Passed away August 26th, just a few months shy of his 100th birthday. Didn't quite make it to the century mark, but was suffering from Alzheimer's and passed away from
what
the
a
disease,
man.
Yeah.
Oof.
So, that's probably a tough end, obviously, to a long storied life. Obviously, I think he's been away from TV for quite some time. I think Drew Carey's been filling his role for probably, I don't know how long it's been. It's probably been like a decade, but it honestly doesn't feel like it's been that long. I feel like Bob Barker retired last year in my brain, which I know is absolutely not true.
Right? Yeah, true.
But dude's fucking iconic. I mean, The Price is Right is an iconic game show. And in the same way, and we're seeing this live now. I mean, no disrespect to Drew Carey, who I think is probably doing an admirable job. We're seeing it with Jeopardy. We're seeing it with Jeopardy. We're trying to fill the void that Alex Trebek left. It's really hard. It's really hard. Yeah. Try as you might. Ken Jennings is fun. Maya Bialik, she's fine. No one is Alex Trebek. In the same way that no one is fucking Bob Barker. All right, that's what I mean. So obviously he is most well known for The Price is Right. But I think didn't he have a memorable role in one of the Adam Sandler movies? Am I making that up?
Yeah, Happy Gilmore. Fuck yeah,
it was Happy Gilmore. That's what it was. A lot of the Adam Sandler movies and that era kind of conflate with each other for me. So
he was just a complete dick. It was hilarious. So good.
That's right. Yeah, Happy Gilmore.
Fuck you, Bob Barker.
Oh man, yeah. So I think between that, that's it. Yeah. Do you want to guess when Bob Barker retired from hosting The Price is Right?
When?
I mean, just throw out a year. Throw out a year. Give me a year or time frame, whatever comes to brain.
And I feel like it was 2009. All
right, you're pretty close. 2007. You're pretty close. You're pretty much on the mark. Yeah.
We play that shit every day at the car lot.
Oh, okay, so that's fair. So you noticed when Drew took over.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he probably.
Is this guy? He's not Bob. You know.
So it's been Drew as long as you've had it on there. Since you've been working there, probably, and so
easily for sure.
But you grew up with Bob, so you knew Bob.
And the thing about Drew is I grew up with Drew on Whose Line Is It Anyways? That's the only place I know him from. And I think he did a little bit of what's that other game show with Steve Harvey's the host of it now?
Family Feud?
Family Feud. I think he did a little bit of Family Feud.
Maybe, yeah.
And then he took Bob's job. And when he took Bob's job, I don't know if that's the right order, but that's the way I feel like it is. Because so much of the stuff is repeat episodes and stuff. I don't know.
Right.
But anyways, Drew was good on Whose Line, but he's not Bob Barker.
Who is?
That's
the question that we'll leave our listeners with. Rest in peace, Bob Barker. Man. All right, we're going to finish with a couple of musicians, actually, which, you might think this isn't a music podcast, but I think it's fair to mention both of these people, and I will explain why. So, first up, Margaritaville singer-songwriter Jimmy Buffett died at age 76 just a few days ago. We're getting to the real recent ones now.
That one hit hard.
Yeah, this was out of nowhere, I think. I think that was the hardest thing about this, was just we didn't see it coming. He's not, we would say, that old. You know what I mean?
No, definitely
he's not. He wasn't Bob Barker old or anything like that. And I think he died of cancer. I think is too often is the story with a lot of these. He, what I'm reading, had Merkel cell skin cancer, which I believe is a pretty rare diagnosis that unfortunately took his life. Yeah,
guy.
I mean, Jimmy Buffett's fucking iconic.
Yeah,
that's true.
The thing he loves the most, Yeah, no, I thought
that's pretty awful. I didn't really put that together, but yeah,
I thought for sure it would have been something with the liver, but it wasn't.
Too many margaritas. Nope, something else got him. It's the next guy that the liver happened with. Not to jump ahead, but yeah,
it's the fucking son. Saturday, I got the news. So Saturday, catching up, Baby B got very, very sick. We spent all of Saturday. No, wasn't good. It was terrible.
Shit.
Is
he okay now, though? To skip to the end?
Totally good.
It's good. Everyone can collectively exhale.
We went to we were at Sarah's parents' house. We went to the doctor, got Baby B his medicine, got him feeling right, and I had a pool party. And then I was told that Jimmy Buffett died, so I smoked a cigar and I drank too much, and I went to bed early. But needless to say, Jimmy Buffett was played on, like, I don't know, it felt like 4 straight hours. I really like Jimmy Buffett. I like what he stands for or stood for. I like his music. I like the impact that he made on music. And I think that Jimmy Buffett is just an incredibly iconic individual that made a lasting impact on music. And
yes.
I don't think you can sing his praises enough. I think a lot of his music is, I think his influence on music is largely felt on country music, like folks like the Zac Brown brand and stuff like that. But Jack Johnson has to pay dues to Jimmy Buffett. I mean, he's had a lasting impact on music that I thoroughly very much enjoy. Acoustic, beach, and just like lighthearted music. Really awesome dude. And it hit really hard that he died so early. It wasn't, I think in high school I had tickets to go see Jimmy Buffett and I sold them off, and I thoroughly regret it. But I had tickets to go see Jimmy Buffett. I've loved Jimmy Buffett for a long time, and sucks that he's gone. I will always appreciate his music and the impact that he's made on on the art. So it's my homage to Jimmy Buffett.
And it's very well stated. Recorded many, many songs, including Margaritaville, Come Monday, Fins, Volcano, Pirate Looks at 40, Cheeseburger in Paradise, Why Don't We Get Drunk, and Changes in Latitudes, Changes in Attitudes. Obviously branched out beyond singing, songwriting into a whole fucking empire. The Margaritaville restaurants.
That's it, yeah.
Land Shark lagers and whatnot. He's an author as well. And to tie it into why we're bringing him up, other than just we like Jimmy Buffett and we wanted to talk about Jimmy Buffett and celebrate his life for a minute, he made some contributions to soundtracks. He did the soundtrack for a 2006 film called Hoot, which I've never seen. To be fair, nope. Did some TV themes back in the day, and some general themes. It looks like. The film Fast Times at Ridgemont High. People definitely know that
one.
And he made several cameos, notable, memorable cameos in many things. He was a helicopter pilot in 7 episodes of the 2010 reboot of Hawaii Five-0. He was on Sesame Street a few times, made an appearance on South Park. Although I guess he wouldn't voice that. We shouldn't count that. But he also very, very notably made a cameo in the 2015 film Jurassic World, where he is seen holding 2 margaritas while the dinosaurs are set loose in the park, which I think is good stuff. So rest in peace to Jimmy Buffett, who obviously is
cancer, dude.
More known for the music side of things, and rightfully so. But we are well within our rights to bring him up here, and you know what? We can do whatever the fuck we want anyway. Because
it's our podcast, dude. We like Jimmy Buffett.
We make the rules. We like Jimmy Buffett, and we wanted to talk about him. So rest in peace to Jimmy Buffett, and that brings us to our other musician who has passed away, who is a man named 56. Steve Harwell, who is the former lead singer of the band Smash Mouth, who passed away at age 56. Multiple health complications. I think it was mostly liver failure, which I think was brought on by many, many years of alcohol abuse. And sad story. I mean, 56 is too young to die. Alcoholism is a very, very real disease, and it fucks people up, man. It can fuck people up. You know, we joke obviously about the amount that we drink, but we're talking some serious shit that's, you know, having, you know, irreparable damage to the liver with something like this guy, Steve Harwell. And so why am I bringing up the fact that the former lead singer of Smash Mouth died? Because Smash Mouth is fucking synonymous with many movies. I think for me, most prominently, when I think of Smash Mouth, I mean, what do you think of? Let me ask you.
I think of Rat Race.
Oh, you think of Rat Race? Okay, that's my first answer, but I think it's a perfectly valid response as well. I think of fucking Shrek, because
okay, yeah,
because you have two Smash Mouth songs that are featured prominently in that movie. I think, what is it? All Star, I think, is a big one, and then they did the cover of "I'm a Believer," which I think plays at the end of the movie.
Yeah, for sure.
But Rat Race is another one for sure. That, I mean,
when's the last time you thought of Rat Race?
It's been a while. I'll put it that way. Although I probably did see it mentioned at some point when doing a little bit of research for this episode. So it's probably not, you know, the most accurate.
2001. Thing. Who directed this movie? Jerry Zucker. Ghost. And Airplane. Yep. I haven't thought of Rat Race in a long fucking time, dude.
Yeah, so All Star was featured in the 1999 films Mystery Men and Inspector Gadget.
Oh yeah, fuck
2000 film Digimon the movie, and the 2001 films Shrek and Rat Race. So yeah, I think just All Star alone is just like that's a fucking movie song. You know what I mean? Like, obviously it had a shit ton of radio play.
It's a 90s
was
movie
wildly
song.
Yeah, but totally. That it's emblematic of that era when it came out.
Right.
And like it or hate it or whatever, like that is a memorable fucking song. You cannot deny that much, you know what I mean? So anyway, it's a real sad story, I think, overall, his death. I mean, I think he basically was, I don't know if he was necessarily kicked out of the band or kind of just forced to retire because of his health issues, but I think there was a point where he was performing up on stage and he was massively fucked up and was rude and shitty to people and might have thrown up a Nazi salute. It's unconfirmed whether that was the intention or if he was just pointing at something, but it was borderline enough that people were like, this guy's got some serious fucking issues. And that's just, it's sad stuff at the end of the day. Is no one should you know, reach that point in their life where substance abuse has had such obvious and public facing, consequences. So rest in peace to Steve Harwell. Unless he did the Nazi salute, but he might, honestly, his brain was is probably just brain damage at that point. I don't even know if I can hold that against him. So I'll say rest in peace.
Deal,
I think
dude.
it's fair to say it's a sad fucking deal. You know, I don't want to. It's just a sad deal. It's just a sad deal. Okay. All right. I'm going to leave it at that. And I'm going to leave that whole fucking section behind. The in memoriam section is complete. And
moving on.
I hope, knock on wood, I pray to any higher power out there. Let us never have to do that again. All right. Have mercy, you know.
I opened up.
Let some people live a little bit longer, man.
At work. I use my laptop at work. And I opened up this Word document at work where Colton's outlined the script.
Yeah, give you the beat by beat. Here's what we're going to talk about, that sort of thing.
A third of the first page.
It's just this section.
It's just this section. I said, holy shit. And somebody said, what? And I said, nothing.
It's not that important. Don't worry about it. Largely inconsequential in the scheme of things happening
the
here
universe,
now,
I guess. Yeah,
but yeah.
Moving on.
Well,
what do we got?
The good news is we only have two headlines to talk about. The bad news is I think that neither of these are necessarily good news.
Okay. What do we got?
Particularly the first one, I think will certainly come as a big bummer to you. Dune Part 2 has been delayed to March 15th of 2024. So your birthday trip to be might as well cancel that.
That's all I wanted.
Or
God,
just push it back, 5 months, whatever.
God, what am I going to do? That's all I wanted for my birthday. I just want to go see a fucking movie.
Well, I guess WB is sending a clear message that, oh, it's your birthday? Well, maybe you should just go fuck yourself instead. Maybe you should just do that, you son of a bitch.
That's what they're saying.
And that's effectively what they're saying to the actors and writers who are on strike. Maybe you could just, take a step back and fuck yourself in the face.
That's what they're saying. They're fucking Tom Cruise in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
man.
they're real Les Grossman sort of types up there.
Big hands and shit,
Very hairy. Very, very hairy. Yes. Yeah. It
really
sucks.
Sucks, dude.
And it's fully related to the strikes. Basically, the concern is you have a movie led by an ensemble cast, and you want your cast to be able to promote your movie and market it effectively so that it does well, because it's not like the first Dune lit the box office on fire, but it did well enough, obviously, to warrant a part 2 when part 1 was very much literally a part 1 intended to be. So it sucks, obviously, that we have to wait that much longer. It feels COVID-y, but it's not actually COVID-y. It's just greedy bastards being greedy.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to fairly compensate people for the work that they do, and they want to reap all the benefits, and it's a real leopards eating my face sort of situation that the execs over at all these big movie studios find themselves in. There's a real easy solution to all this. It's not delay your fucking movies indefinitely. It's just fucking
pay the people.
Pay the people, and guess what? People can come back and market your fucking movies. They can, they can
and you
do
can
what they're
continue
supposed
to make
do.
money, right?
And you could keep productions moving. I mean, it's a win-win. It's a win-win. Maybe you make, only $1.5 billion versus $1 billion and, $750 million. But at the end of the day, maybe that's worth the trade-off. Maybe it is.
It's infuriating. I just want to see Dune 2.
Yeah. Don't we all? Don't we all want to see Dune Part 2? But we will have to wait a little bit longer. And as a consequence, Godzilla X Kong, the new Empire, has been pushed back from March to April. So real double whammy there of both Dune and Godzilla versus Kong 2 being set back. But sounds like the rest of 2023 for Warner Brothers is still going to be left in place, including The Color Purple and Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. But neither of those, maybe they're good, maybe they're bad, whatever. They're not Dune. Okay,
they're not Dune.
So it sucks. So yeah, we just rattled off 8 people dying, and we're just continuing with bad news. So hopefully there's a turn. There will be a turn. Let me say that. I will promise a turn in this episode where things get better. And it will not be with this news, but it maybe will be with the one after that. So there's that. Marvel Studios is doing a lot of changes with their release schedule for the Disney Plus series that they have through the rest of this year, moving into next year. So I'm going to run through them in order of release. And I will say at the outset, Loki is unaffected, thankfully. It is coming out very soon. We have a trailer that we're going to talk about, and so we'll be able to talk about that in more full detail, but it's coming out in October, just to set that up. But following it for the rest of this year, we should be getting, assuming everything holds as of this news, which came out just a couple days ago, we'll be getting season 2 of What If, which is going to open around December over the holiday season. Was originally set to open debut earlier this year, and we haven't even seen a trailer for it. But I think it's going to be 8 or 9 episodes, including, I think, one that was supposed to be part of the season 1 pile that didn't quite get finished in time for it. But What If? We'll be getting What If. Sounds like Christmas time, present of more What If, which I think you'll be happy about.
Yeah, sounds good. I like that.
Echo has been pushed out of 2023. Was originally going to dump all at once, November 29th. It's now being pushed to January. They're still going to do the binge model, the Netflix model of dropping everything at once. But we got a couple more months to wait for it. No firm date, but just January. X-Men 97 was also expected to debut this year, and now has been pushed to early 2024. So that's the continuation of the X-Men 90s series. which is some good shit. But we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer for more of that. But there's that. Let's see. Agatha has received a new title. Its third title was House of Harkness. Then it was Coven of Chaos. Now it is Darkhold Diaries. Agatha Darkhold Diaries. They keep getting worse. Well, I don't know. Coven of Chaos was fine. Let's just. I can definitely say that Darkhold Diaries is the worst of the three for sure.
Yeah, I can say that. Yeah, for sure.
Not good. Not good at all. I think it'd be fine for a name of an episode, but for the whole show, I don't know. We'll see. That is now being pegged to debut in the fall of 2024 around Halloween time. So we're talking a full year plus away. And the show, I believe, has been done filming for a while. I don't know how much the production is being affected. Like, I don't know if they need to do reshoots or anything like that they can't do until the strikes are resolved. But they'll have plenty of fucking time to work on that show is what it sounds like. So we got more than a year plus until Agatha makes her return. And let's see, Daredevil Born Again, Wonder Man have no expected releases. They were in the midst of production at the time that the strikes started, so who knows when they'll come out. I think it's a very strong possibility that neither of those shows arrives in 2024. I could see them certainly being in 2025 or beyond, probably 2025 for those two. Ironheart shot the whole fucking show, but has no release date as of now. So certainly not this year. Probably next year at some point, wherever it slots in. Although I saw a rumor saying that it might be closely connected to the Armor Wars movie, and so they may end up delaying it even further to kind of keep them closer together. I don't know. All in all, lots of delays. I think the general thought is, and this is kind of consistent, I think, with what Bob Iger has been saying, is they want to space out the content, the Disney Plus content, a little bit more. It's going to be maybe more quality over quantity moving forward, in terms of the projects that get greenlit, and then in terms of just, not having big overlapping releases and stuff. And so certainly you can see how that tracks with even what we've gotten this year, which has been Secret Invasion and Loki will be coming out, and maybe What If, which probably won't even finish until January or February. So it's like, it's really not a whole lot on the Disney Plus side of things this year. I mean, movie-wise, we've had 2. As long as the Marvels holds its date, we'll have 3 movies. But you could certainly see it's different, where it really felt like once one Disney Plus show ended, it felt like one was starting within like 2 weeks. So like, it really was that way for a couple years straight. So yeah, there you go. So more delays. I don't know if they're quite as impactful as, say Dune Part 2 being bumped back 5 months, but if nothing else, it gives us more time to watch these fucking shows. So it has that advantage for it. But for if you wanted to see some of those shows maybe sooner, like I really want Daredevil to come back, and it sounds like we're not going to get Daredevil for another year and a half at the soonest. And so that kind of sucks. So, that's where it's like, oh man, could have used those shows. So anyway, those are our 2 headlines. Are you ready to turn our attention to some trailers, maybe some more uplifting things that we are looking forward to, things that make us happy, or let's feel some certain sort of way? Let's turn it around. Let's turn it around with a teaser trailer for season 2 of Invincible. Now, this is really more your area of expertise. I was going to say your cup of tea. I don't know if that's necessarily accurate. It's just that I haven't watched any of Invincible. I took a real gamble. I watched this teaser trailer, and I'm like, I could be spoiled out of some. I have a little bit of spoilers on what happened in season 1, but I was worried that is this just going to ruin everything? Like, here's what happened in the 8 episodes or 10 episodes, and here's what's about to happen. And it's really very much not. It's not that. It's very much, this show is big. We have spent a lot of money on the incredible voice talent involved.
That's right.
Look at how incredible this voice cast is.
Look at what we've done.
I liked that. I liked that aspect of it. For me, it didn't spoil me on things. It told me, shit, there's some good names involved in this, and I couldn't name them all. I mean, obviously Stephen Yeun is the main character, but a ridiculously stacked voice cast.
J.K. Simmons.
J.K. Simmons, obviously, too, but beyond him, lots of big names joining it. Sterling K. Brown, many more. An overwhelming amount of names that were presented in this trailer. So fuck it, I'm not even going to try. Yeah. What do you think? You looking forward to some Invincible? And we'll
absolutely.
This is a November
under the impression.
Debut,
November?
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. Let's do a quick fact check. New episodes on November. YouTube is November 3rd. It had a line right through where the digit was, and I was like, I can't tell if that's a 9 or not. It wasn't. It was a 3. November 3rd, you're getting new episodes of Invincible. So anyway, yes. Sorry to cut you off there. If you haven't
seen Invincible, you should see Invincible. That's all I got to say.
Fair enough. Streaming on Amazon Prime.
It's an incredible show. The thing that they put out most recently with Eve, which is like a...
Oh, right. There was like a special thing, right?
Yeah.
It was just like one episode kind of deal. I don't even know what it was.
It was like a one episode kind of thing. It was totally okay. But season 1 of Invincible is absolutely incredible. Like it's top tier animated television. Like the twist and the delivery and it's just really heartfelt. It's well written. It's well acted. I can't recommend it enough. Awesome show that you should watch as long as you're okay with watching a...
Got the stomach for it?
Yeah, you got the stomach for it, and it's a cartoon. So if you got that, then...
It's a cartoon very much not for children.
Correct.
Not Baby B certified, you might say.
Not Baby B certified. Teenager Baby B certified, maybe.
Maybe. It depends on how mature he is.
Exactly. Bingo.
We'll see.
Bingo.
Give him a few years. All right. Well, I'll take your word for it. I don't know that I will get around to this before November,
but
it is...
Burn through that bitch in a weekend, dude. You could burn through it in a weekend.
Aren't they hour-long episodes? I think they're a little bit longer, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. You could burn through that shit.
I could.
Pick up some beer and just relax and burn through that shit. You will... Yeah. Once you watch it, once you're through like episode 2 or 3, you're hooked. You're done.
Be sucked in. Believe me, I would like to. I'm just, I don't know that will happen, but I will do what I can. I will do what I can is what I'll say. What about the next one? Another Prime Video television series. This one is also violent superhero adjacent. It's our first The Boys spinoff called Gen V. This is coming...
I thought it was already out, yeah?
It's possible. No, not quite. September 29th. We do have a few weeks. There is something on here that came out literally today, but I think everything is not fully out or, hasn't come out in the past, shall we say, at least from when we're recording. So it's coming up very soon. They actually... I put on the episode script, the teaser trailer. They put out a new trailer today.
Okay.
I watched it. I assume you did not. I didn't ask you to. It's kind of the same. It doesn't really give, I think, anything more necessarily other than some new footage here and there. But, you, I believe, are a big fan of The Boys. What do you think?
I am.
What do you think about this, though?
Road. I think that this is just capitalizing on the success of The Boys. I think The Boys is something
it certainly
special.
wouldn't exist without The Boys being as popular as it is.
But I think this is more of like just seems like more like a cash grab. You know what I mean?
It's like the 5,000 Walking Dead spinoffs, kind of more akin to that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's the way I feel about it. Not to, that's at the fault of the marketing because they market it as, hey, it's The Boys, but it takes place in a high school.
It's like a college, man.
Or whatever. I don't know. But I don't need it. I just need The Boys. I don't need these people.
Right.
Yeah. It's just it looks like it looks like The Boys being as violent and super gory and just in your face as possible, which is cool for The Boys. But it's cool for The Boys. I don't need it for another show. You know what I mean? and the characters and stuff, it's kind of like established on why it's like there's already that layer of through the main character of the boys. The main character of the boys is kind of like that separation between like, holy shit, this stuff is crazy.
Right.
You know what I mean? And
yeah. He's on the outside at the beginning of the series.
Exactly.
And you follow his journey as he becomes integrated in this fucking crazy world of superheroes and the boys, aligned against them. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not sure that this is present.
What angle does this offer that you don't already get from the boys? Maybe.
And so therefore it just feels like over the top and super gory and everything, which is, it can be fun. I'm not going to tell you it can't be fun, but it doesn't feel as captivating or as interesting as the thing that came before it. So
yeah, classic spinoff syndrome, right? It's just like, is it going to be as interesting as the original thing? And there are examples where it can work. I think we brought up, and again, I can't personally attest to it, Breaking Call Saul. Better Call Saul is a spinoff of Breaking Bad that people seem to think is just as good, if not better. And I don't know if that's true, and I don't know if I agree with that opinion. I know that there are certainly spinoffs that we can say feel like, again, maybe like The Walking Dead, to use that same example. It's just like, how many of these fucking shows are you going to do? Like, just fuck off with this already. You know what I mean? And it's like, totally. Obviously, we haven't reached that stage. It's not like this is... Well, actually, I guess this is sort of the second spinoff because there was the animated one, which I think was a little bit more tangential. This, to me, kind of feels like they're really trying to integrate it into the ongoing storyline. But, at the end of the day, all right, so you're going to get A-Train pop up for an episode here and there, but it's like, he's not going to die in this show. It's like how impactful is this show actually going to be to the main... the boys verse, So I think it could work in its own right. I think it has to exist on its own 2 feet. It has to be interesting enough as its own thing, I think, for it to be successful. And I think that's, for me, the real question mark is, it can't just ride on being connected to the boys. It can't just ride on having cameos from the boys and maybe Homelander shows up at the end of the series or whatever and welcomes someone to the Seven. Like, that's not enough. It has to be something that actually feels like it's consequential, which I guess is maybe the same thing you could say about some of the Disney Plus shows. It's like, can you just fully skip this and it doesn't fucking matter moving forward? Or is it actually setting things up and it feels like there's a lot of good character work, good story, the good plot? What is it that makes this worthwhile? So I don't know. I think I'm curious to see how this one shapes up. I don't know that I'm excited for it. To be fair, I still haven't finished season 3 of The Boys, which is not my choice. I think I think that every season of The Boys just feel like it gets rougher and rougher in terms of the content and the subject matter. Yeah. And I think the last one we watched was the big sex party one.
I watched the shit by myself. It's so weird.
Herogasm or whatever. Is that what it was?
Yeah. Oh my god, that one's hilarious.
And insane. Just fucking unhinged. Absolutely unhinged shit. I mean, it's great, but it's fucking ridiculously unhinged.
I don't need to watch 2 shows of that, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's just like, I feel like Invincible kind of has shades of it, but it's animated and it's different, and I think it's more overtly superhero-y with the costumes and stuff, whereas I feel like, I don't know, The Boys it's different. Like, they're different enough from each other, at least from what I can ascertain, whereas it's quite literally The Boys, but different. So yeah, I don't know. Does this work without a Huey to anchor it? Does it work without a Billy Butcher? I don't know. I'll wait and see what the reviews are before I decide whether it's worth my time.
Yeah.
It's not going to be. I'm not going to fire it up as soon as it comes out. But it's something on the radar. It's a thing that could be interesting to watch. That maybe we will watch at some point. I'm sure we won't cover it. I'll say, but it's there. It's going to be out there in a few weeks. So September 29th. If that's if you need more boys and you're not going to get more of The Boys until at least next year sometime, maybe this fills the gap. Maybe that's what it's helpful for, is just a little bit more expansion of the world, the lore, whatever, and this kind of gets you your fix for a minute there. So yeah. Well, talked about it very briefly, but we did get an official trailer for season 2 of Loki, one of the few Disney Plus shows that we will be treated to this year. But it is on schedule for October 6th to start streaming. This will be, I think, a 6-episode deal, much like the first season. This will not be an all-at-once drop. This will be a weekly release.
Bullshit.
Much to Andrew's chagrin, but it looks pretty good. Still got Jonathan Majors in there. It seems like they're not cutting him out. I think they're just sticking with what they shot, and ride or die. With whatever happens with his shit.
Is there any update on that whole front?
His trial was continued the last I saw, and I don't think that whatever the new date has come to pass yet. So not really. We don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, it sounds like his case is still going to trial, but it has not happened yet. So TBD. But I guess I kind of get Marvel's maybe standpoint of, look, people are going to be shitty. People might do shitty things, whether he gets convicted of a crime or not. It's obviously still a bad situation all around. It's been a lot of bad press around it. There's only so much you can control, I guess, without having to reshape your whole fucking TV show, reshape your whole fucking cinematic universe around this villain who's supposed to be the center of it all, right? In Kang. So I think they're just sticking to their guns and they're just putting it out there, and maybe he's in the one episode and that's it. Maybe there's really not much of him other than the one statue. At the end of the day, it is a Loki show. It's Tom Hiddleston and Owen Wilson back together, getting up to shenanigans, doing, going and visiting places throughout time. Loki seems to be doing this Spider-Verse-y sort of thing where he's glitching.
Yeah.
They're bringing in Kiwi Kwan, fresh off an Oscar win from Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Killing it.
I think this. I'm really looking forward to this. Is what I'll say. I think it looks fucking fantastic.
It looks like a weekly time traveling. I guess it's time traveling, but multiverse adventure.
Yeah, it's definitely multiverse. Yeah,
it's cool. I'm excited about it.
I am very excited about it. I feel like is this the first continuation of a Disney Plus series, properly? Season to season. I mean, obviously WandaVision fed into Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange just basically ignored all of WandaVision. So, I don't know how helpful it was. This is very much let's pick up where we left off kind of thing, and I'm really interested to see how it plays out. Really love that first season.
The what if is coming out soon, then that's another one.
That's another one, but off. Different because it's a lot of one-off deals that maybe tie together, I guess, at the end or whatever. But this one very much feels like let's pick up the threads that we know where we left it, and I'm happy to see more Tom Hiddleston. I'm happy to see more of everyone here. Honestly,
looks great.
It looks good. Yeah, it's coming out in a month, and I'm looking. I think to me, we skipped over Secret Invasion in terms of doing an episode, but I don't think we'll skip over Loki. That's how I feel about it. That's my gut feeling on it. I think this is one that, assuming it's even anywhere close in terms of quality to the first season, I think will be worth covering. So I guess stay tuned. There'll probably be more trailers and stuff. I don't know if we'll necessarily talk about it again before it comes out because it's pretty soon now. But I'm really looking forward to it. So
stay tuned for our opinions of Secret Invasion, because that should be happening.
Stay tuned. Yes, I think we very much intentionally kind of put the kibosh on it in the Barbenheimer episode because I knew that we had been going for so long, and it's entirely possible we'll be going for as long by the time we get there in this episode. Hopefully not. I don't think we will. But at the same time, I think we've been sitting on it for long enough now that I think we'll get into it on this episode for sure. So yes, a little bit of sizzle for our listeners. Oh, that was better than mine. I am Groot. Season 2. We have an official trailer for it, but wouldn't you know it, it came out today on Disney Plus.
Did it really? Today?
Sure
did.
did.
The show came out today, or the trailer came out today?
The trailer came out August 6th, a month ago. The show came out today. So 5 new I Am Groot shorts are currently streaming on Disney Plus as of recording this. And I think you watched the first season of this, so you can speak to this. This feels like Baby B certified shit to me.
Is it, did you watch the first season?
I did not. I'm sure it would take me a half hour to get through it all. But...
Listen, it's fucking fabulous, dude. It's so good.
Okay.
Nice, simple, cute little things. You sit there, you eat your dinner, you drink your beer, you relax, and watch a little Groot. You laugh. It's a good experience. It's absolutely fucking perfect.
Okay. No, I've got like 10 episodes I can burn through now.
Yeah, Baby B is. I put him on the Star Wars. There's a Star Wars cartoon. I can't. Right now, I've been. We started a little late, so I'm already kind of buzzing a little bit. I can't remember the name of the show. I show him every morning.
A little lubed up.
Little lubed up is what I like to call it. But anyways, he watches a Star Wars show. He watches a Spider-Man cartoon, and he watches this puppy dog cartoon. He's all about fucking TV, though. I'm so excited. Like when he gets a little bit older,
just staring at it, fascinated.
Yeah, he fucking. I mean, that's hilarious. You put him in his little rocker chair, and to Anna's complaint, he puts his little thumb in his mouth, and he just fucking chills out and watches TV, dude.
Loves it. Eats it up.
He eats it up like his daddy. I love it. I'm so excited. Anyways, I am very excited about Baby Groot Season 2. Season 1 was, the animation was water level, like the dragons.
How to Train Your Dragon, yeah.
How to Train Your Dragon water level is the level of the fidelity of the animation.
Yeah, okay,
it is fucking beautifully animated. It's awesome.
Okay.
And just the little shorts are just cool, man. They're cool. They're digestible. They're funny. They're cute. They're well animated. It's an all around awesome thing. It's really, 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 really awesome that we get 2 seasons of this. Because you look at it, it's got to cost money to make. But it's just like 3 to 5 minute shorts. It's interesting. I don't know how it's feasible for them to make these, but I'm excited about it. The trailer that we got
I guess they had the character model made for Volume 2, and maybe the backgrounds and stuff aren't as taxing. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it feels like it. Obviously it's not terribly long, but yeah, no, I don't know.
It's cool. You should watch them.
I guess
passing.
I guess I'll give them more at some point.
Shit.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, just seem like cute little things that just fun, Yeah. Not hurting anyone, not novel or amazing or pushing the boundaries of anything or breaking the world, but good fun, good little fun, So there you go. All right, well, those 5 new episodes are streaming right now. Go check them out. Or alternatively, if you waited until November 17th, you could turn on your Netflix, make sure that your household is set to wherever you currently reside, because you can't share passwords on that bitch anymore. And then once you've gone through all those fucking hoops, you can watch a little anime series called Scott Pilgrim.
No way.
That's right. Yes way. We got an official teaser for it, and this is fucking cool, man. I'm really, really, really excited about this. So the deal is, it's an anime adaptation of Scott Pilgrim, the books, using what looks to be like a very similar version of the comic style, that those were drawn in, brought to life in color, and brought to life courtesy of executive producer Edgar Wright, bringing back the entire voice cast of the fucking movie, which is awesome. So they're going to sound very familiar. They'll look a little bit different, but I feel like it's a really, really fun kind of way of doing things.
So it's an expanded version of essentially what the movie is.
Kind of.
Closer to what the book is.
Yes. I think that's probably the way to put it.
But with the cast and everything of the first movie.
It's the cast of the movie. I think probably what I imagine will be a straighter adaptation of the original source material. There was kind of a weird thing that happened where by the time they started making that movie, well, it was a Game of Thrones-esque sort of thing where the books had not been finished at the time they started making it, so Edgar Wright basically did his own ending. And I think that he did not Game of Thrones it, shall we say. I think it was still a satisfying ending, but it's very different than what the author Brian O'Malley ended up doing for the Scott Pilgrim books. So I am guessing that this will be an opportunity to tell kind of the more accurate, I guess, story, and then obviously the movie will continue to exist and be very fun and do its own thing. So yeah,
excited.
That's really cool. I think it's just a really cool thing, and I think honestly, just bringing in the whole movie cast, I think makes me more excited for it because it just it's going to feel familiar. It'll be different, but it'll kind of have that, like, I don't know, just it'll give you that warm feeling of just being welcomed home.
What the movie wanted to be, almost, in a way.
Right.
You know what I mean?
If it wasn't held back by not all the source material being available, the little pesky thing called the budget and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, pretty much, yeah. So, I think Brian Lee O'Malley is his name. Kind of fucked it up a little bit. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Again, I don't know if it's necessarily something that we'll cover for an episode, maybe depending on what's coming out around that, but this is, you want me to watch Invincible, you want me to watch I Am Groot, I can tell you, I would like to watch those, but I will watch Scott Pilgrim. It's 100% my fucking thing, and I will watch it. I'm excited for it. Of anything that we've covered thus far, and including the next thing, which is our last trailer, I am the most excited for this, I will say.
Okay.
So last but not least, on the trailer front, I felt like we had a lot of superhero-y shit. Invincible, Gen V, Loki, I Am Groot, Scott Pilgrim. Scott Pilgrim's not really superhero. It's comic booky, though.
He's a fucking superhero.
That's true. He is a little bit of a superhero, isn't he? I felt like that had a lot of, connections with Blue Beetle, and I thought, we can't leave Gran Turismo in the dust. We got to get some racing shit in there. Boom. Ferrari official teaser trailer. Cars. We're good. We are covered. Adam Driver is here. He's Italian now. He's got gray hair. It feels like Ridley Scott's directing it, but it's actually not Ridley Scott directing it. It's Michael Mann. What do you think? Ferrari, are you ready?
I said, is that fucking Adam Driver? That's what I said. Has he got gray hair?
He does.
Like, can we just not cast a fucking Italian man? Like, what are we gonna like? It looks like a race car movie. It looks like we're gonna do another round of 24 hours at Le Mans. Seems to be like
every couple of years we get that's the centerpiece of a movie.
It's pretty intensive. Looks like a race car movie tinged with drama, with a gray-haired American playing an Italian man. I couldn't get over Adam Driver. And they wait the whole trailer to
and then you hear him
for you to hear him talk.
Yeah, because you're just hearing the racing sounds the whole way, which I thought was kind of neat. But then it's like,
cool.
It's me, Adam Driver, and it's like, all right, okay.
It was funny because the first time I saw the first time you see a person in this trailer, this guy's fucking pretentious. Like, why are all the guys Ferraris all pretentious and shit? And then it's Adam Driver, and it's like, oh, it's even worse because he's not fucking Italian. Anyways, so it's not. I don't know if Adam Driver's Italian or not, to be fair, but he's an American man. That's
it's possible that there's Italian heritage in there somewhere, but I do not know if that's the case.
He doesn't have gray fucking hair, and he's not. He definitely Italian.
Look, he's 39 years old. Okay,
And I'm not one to like linger on. Like, you don't have to have somebody of the role play the role. You know what I'm saying? But Adam Driver, not that he's not capable. I'm sure he might be capable. It might be great, but...
Zero Italian ancestry, for the record. Dutch, English, German, Irish, and Scottish.
You know, it just... I'm sure there's a lot of people that could play this role that might be able to sell it more and be less distracting than Adam Driver. That's all I got to say. Not that he's not capable of doing it.
Yeah, I think it's just, I mean, how old is Enzo Ferrari supposed to be at the time when this movie takes place? And it's like, you know, is he supposed to be 60? Then don't cast someone that's 20 years younger and make him look like... It's not the worst makeup job I've ever seen. It's not, like... terrible. It's
distracting.
It's a little distracting.
It's distracting.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's a hump. You have to get over the hump. Can you take this movie seriously? If yes, maybe it's worthwhile. If no, sorry, that's it.
It's me, Enzo Ferrari.
It's a little bit. What if
if you race for me, you race to win. You know.
So it's a little bit Ford v Ferrari. What if Ford v Ferrari but House of Gucci? That's this movie. It's the mashup that no one asked for, but you're getting anyway. So. It could be good. Michael Mann's an accomplished director. It could be good. Adam Driver could turn in a stellar performance. I mean, he's a great fucking actor. So, you know, if anyone's going to get aged up 20 years, fuck it, man. Adam Driver maybe is the guy to do it, but...
It was distracting. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. You know, The Last Duel was a good movie, even though Ben Affleck and Matt Damon looked fucking ridiculous.
Maybe that'll be the cap on our epic movies is...
Ferrari.
No.
We'll say we got Napoleon coming out this year. That might be a good one.
The last duel.
Oh, the last duel. The last duel. Because we can't take any movie ever seriously because of the fucking haircuts they gave those two.
Oh, their fucking haircuts. Oh my god.
We have to do at least 3 Ridley Scott movies. Gladiator will be well on our way. But the Last Duel is certainly going to be a contender. It's a good movie, but goddamn, do they look fucking stupid?
I never saw it. I never saw it because they look stupid.
Well, that doesn't change. That's consistent throughout the movie. But it's good in spite of that. So anyway, Ferrari. Let's see, in theaters Christmas. So you know it's competing with your Color Purples, your Aquaman 2s. I don't know. Who takes the crown? Wonka comes out, you know, a week or two before that. So a lot of really good shit to look forward to, right? Okay. There you go. All right, we made it through the trailers. We made it through all the news. Yeah, I think it's time that we press on. I think we're doing okay timing wise, though. I think we're doing okay, but I think it is time that we press on. We had a lot of shit. We still have a lot to cover, including a couple movies and stuff. But yeah. All right, so before we get into talking about either Blue Beetle or Gran Turismo, I'm actually going to stick with the model that we did with Barbenheimer, and we'll do a little bit of a box office breakdown up front.
Okay.
For both of these movies, and then for some other maybe pseudo headlines that we could have talked about earlier, but I thought they would kind of fit well in this little section here. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do a box office breakdown. If I could have some there we go.
Box office breakdown.
Realize that's my singing Death Clock in a week, and it's a little bit of a Death Clock sort of voice right there. Before we get to talking about Blue Beetle or Gran Turismo, let it first be known that Barbie has joined the $1 billion box office club. It is, as of a month ago, had already cracked $1 billion, was at $1.18 billion at that time, and I'm sure it's just even higher at this point. Let's do a quick check on that, see where it's at. But obviously, the takeaway is $1 billion is not nothing. I think one of the few so far in 2023, I think, to be able to be able to boast that. Currently, it's at $1,385,000,000 worldwide.
Wow.
Over 600 million domestically alone, which is a really pretty fucking incredible take. And Oppenheimer is no slouch either. It's at about $854 million worldwide. So while it will almost certainly fall short of cracking $1 billion worldwide, doing 800 plus million for a 3-hour rated R biopic is fucking insane. And yeah, it's a Christopher Nolan movie and all, you know, obviously we talked about it and it's pretty good and whatnot, but still, that's a really amazing take for that. So, I mean, I think in terms of the Billy Dollar Club, Super Mario Bros. Movie is hanging out there. And I don't even know what else is.
Mario hit Billy?
Mario hit Billy.
Wow.
Barbie, I think, has overtaken Mario as the highest grosser of 2023, not by much.
Think about that,
but it's still doing pretty well. I think it's supposed to get an IMAX re-release.
The two movies that have hit over $1 billion in the box office is an animated Mario movie and a Barbie movie.
Yep.
That's incredible.
A WB movie and a video game movie. Just like we're talking about on this episode. Crazy, man.
Yeah.
But,
WB fucking needed it for sure.
I'll just go ahead and say that Barbie and Mario did better than these two movies here. Barbie's crushing it, continuing to crush it. It will almost certainly be the highest grossing film of the year. I don't think there's not an Avatar or a Spider-Man No Way Home type of film, I think, coming out. There's not a Dune. I don't know that Dune would have overtaken Barbie anyway, but it won't even have the chance to. So we'll just never know. We'll never know. Maybe if it had released in November, Andrew would have seen it, 300 times for his birthday, and that would have pushed it over Barbie. All those IMAX ticket sales.
Who knows?
Maybe. Who knows? The other big story that has developed since we last recorded on any sort of news or anything is that Taylor Swift. She's big. Everyone loves her. Everyone loves them. Some T Swift. And her.
Enrique.
Unless you're Enrique and you just don't get it. She's obviously been going on this Eras tour with crazy expensive tickets, selling out arena after arena. I mean, she's just absolutely crushing it. And now she had the bright idea, or someone at least in her team had the bright idea of, why don't we just take this concert experience and present it as a film? And indeed, we are getting Taylor Swift Era Tours as a film. And when the tickets went on sale, oh my God, everyone went fucking nuts. It has earned a massive $26 million in pre-sale tickets at AMC theaters from one day alone, which is the single-day ticket sale record for AMC, besting the benchmark previously held by Spider-Man No Way Home, and it eclipsed that mark by almost $10 million. It is not only playing at AMC, it will be playing at other theater chains, including your Regals and your other Indies and Cinemarks and stuff like that. So, hey, I mean, I assume she's popular worldwide. I don't know if this is getting a lot of distribution outside of North America, which may obviously be able to cut into its full box office potential. But I think one of the biggest opening weekends will be taking place in October when Taylor Swift Era Tours opens.
Swift, they had to move The Exorcist back from October 13th.
Yeah, everything is fucking leaving because they are going to get swallowed alive by the likes of Taylor Swift. And honestly, with a lot of movies getting pushed off the plate, including your Dunes and stuff like that, because of the writer's strike and the actor's strike, fuck it, man. Throw a Taylor Swift concert movie out there. It's really a smart idea.
I'd watch it.
I would watch it if I didn't have to deal with a sold-out theater of people trying to sing along, and I just worry what that experience would be like. Like, it's one thing to see a concert. It's one thing to actually be at the concert and participate. It's another thing to be in a fucking movie theater. I don't know if I could do that.
That might be kind of fun. I don't know.
I probably have to have a few drinks in me.
Sarah has her and her friends are going, and it was made clear that it was a girls' night.
Yeah, they weren't invited
because I definitely would have gone to a T Swift concert at the movie theater. Sounds pretty cool. I
think I would do it. I don't know that I will do it, and I honestly think it's just because, like, by the time I'm like, today's a good day, it'll be like how it was for you when you were trying to get your Oppenheimer tickets. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, every one of these is sold out. And I think that's how it's going to be, is, like, I think most of these showtimes are basically booked as far as, you know, as many dates as they have available for booking. They're just gone. And there's like this weird, like, no refund policy kind of thing. Like, and it's excluded from A-list. Like, it's all fucking horseshit kind of policies, but it's still because it's Taylor Swift. Yeah. Wow. So it's, you know, spend your hard-earned $20 to see it or whatever. They're going to be showing it in IMAX and Dolby. Like, fuck me, man. Like, they're going all out. And I let me just say, I think this is a fantastic idea, and I am not surprised that it's kind of having this level of fervor, and I'm really, really excited to see how busy it ends up being. And I will say, I am very fucking glad that I'm not working at a movie theater anymore. Not that I have been for quite some time, but I think this would be a nightmare to work at a theater for. So there's that. Anyway, Taylor Swift is single-handedly saving movie theaters. Move over, Tom Cruise. Taylor Swift is here to save the day. She doesn't need your ass. All right, so some big stories there. Now let's talk about Blue Beetle and Gran Turismo, because I think it's fair to say both of these movies are not doing great. They are not big successes on the box office stage. Blue Beetle is probably what you'd call a bomb, unfortunately. Although I don't know that it had a huge budget or anything like that. It hasn't exactly done anything amazing. I will say it did take number one in its opening weekend with $25 million, which was good enough to dethrone Barbie at the time, which was in its like sixth weekend or whatever. And it's held okay since then. It just kind of opened so low that its potential has not really amounted to anything. So it's crossed over $100 million worldwide. But again, to put it in perspective, Barbie was more than $1 billion more than this. And so, like, that's obviously that's you're talking about the highest grossing film of the year, but that's still a pretty big gap. And so I don't know. I think it's just dependent on how you look at it. You know, if you're thinking about it as a DC superhero movie, it has to be disappointing. If you're thinking about it as like a low budget, fun kind of side thing, maybe it's not the worst thing, but I don't know that it's necessarily being treated as that. So not great. It is faring a little bit better than your Gran Turismo is, although I think Blue Beetle has had a little bit of a head start, obviously, because it came out earlier. Gran Turismo did kind of a weird rollout where they did limited screenings of it before it opened wide, I think like the second to last weekend of August. And so Gran Turismo has made about $31 million domestically and stands at about $81 million worldwide, which is not anything to write home about. I think that I'm going to check the budget numbers for both of these. I think Blue Beetle's budget was certainly a little higher than your Gran Turismo's, and I think that Gran Turismo was not as high as you might think it could be. Like, you know, like obviously there's a lot of practicality with the racing stuff, but certainly you could see how something could get expensive with a movie of this nature. But let's see. Let's run the numbers. Blue Beetle sported a budget, an estimated budget of $104 million, and so that's kind of why you're getting into bomb territory, is even worldwide, this hasn't even made its budget back. That's excluding marketing costs. That's excluding, you know, anything else that kind of comes with that distribution cost. So I think rule of thumb is you usually need to make it double your budget to at least kind of break even more or less. So definitely losing money on this at the end of the day. Gran Turismo, on the other hand, budget was about $60 million, so it's at least exceeded its budget and it's still got a little time to play. So I think even if it's not exactly the most profitable film, it's at least going to be probably close enough to break even that it's fine. I don't think we're going to be getting a Gran Turismo 2 or anything like that, but
No.
don't think we need one. So there you have it. There's a little bit of the box office breakdown for you. You ready to talk about these movies now? Now that we're, I don't know, what, an hour, roughly close to hour and a half to 2 hours in, something like that?
Yeah, we can try to get into it. What do we got?
Well, we're going to start with Blue Beetle, which is in theaters only as of now, although I suspect it'll probably come to Max not too far after its initial release, much like Shazam and much like The Flash did. It was written by Gareth Dunnett Alcocer, directed by Angel Manuel Soto, stars Zolo Maraduena, Bruna Marquezine, Adriana Barraza, Damian Alcazar, Raul Max Trujillo, Susan Sarandon, and George Lopez. It's about an alien...
George fucking Lopez.
Yeah, he's done with this show. He's in Blue Beetle now. It's about an alien scarab who chooses recent college graduate Jaime Reyes to be its symbiotic host, bestowing him with a suit of armor capable of extraordinary powers. So let's begin with some non-spoilers, and maybe let me ask you this at the outset. What were your expectations walking into this film?
Expectations were in the dirt. I tend to not be a big fan of DC movies. Exception being,
it's a rare exception. Maybe a
rare exception. Yeah,
maybe the Suicide
Batman.
Squad, the Batman, which is kind of
like
separate from the actual mainline DC universe or whatever. First Wonder Woman's 2/3 of a really good movie.
I feel like they have a strong animation department.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But aside from that, though, I tend to take everything with like a grain of salt. Like, this is going to be bad. That's the way I took this, and I will say that I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the most notable thing, it did have its typical DC-isms with like the thing that makes the hero powerful is also what makes the villain powerful, and you kind of have like, you don't have quite the fly and bang bang like the characters flying into each other, but you do have they're almost like the
moments
same.
Along those lines. Yeah,
they're kind of like the same kind of character. They're not the same character, but they have the same powers,
right?
At the very least.
Yeah, sure.
But I think the thing that stood out to me the most was this movie was really heartfelt in a lot of different ways, and I really, really, really enjoyed the Mexican culture that was kind of infused with the characters. And it did a really effective job of making these characters feel real, or at the maybe not necessarily real, but maybe like caricatures of the characters that they would be in real life, right? So larger than life kind of Mexican characters. George Lopez, which I traditionally just.
Not a fan?
Kind of right off. I'm not a fan of him. I thought he was great in this movie. I think the main character was totally awesome. The dude from I don't have the name in front of me, but
Mr. Cobra Kai himself, Zolo.
Zolo.
Yep.
Zolo was incredible in this movie. I thought he was great. I thought all the actors and actresses did an excellent job of portraying the characters, but I think that the really the hat goes off to the writers of this movie, which I guess it's written by
one man.
Gareth.
It's one man.
Gareth, yeah. I thought he did a very
hats off to him.
job.
Maybe he should get paid for future work at a fair rate.
Maybe he should get paid. Yeah, I think that's fair. Should get paid. Because I think the whole movie, the movie as a whole, did an effective job of making a, just like it fits within the confines of a superhero film. But it also does a super effective job of infusing Mexican culture into these characters and making them compelling and making them fresh and making the story kind of new. And I thought it was, I was just refreshed by this movie. Like it's doesn't feel like the kind of superhero stuff that we've been force fed for the past couple of years. It feels very fresh and very new. And I think that's largely because of the infusion of Mexican culture. And it's just something that we don't see very often. It's especially something that we don't see very often in a superhero movie. And it felt authentic, it felt fresh, and it felt real. And I don't know. I was there for it. I was all about it. And
any tears shed?
Yes.
Okay.
I did cry in this movie. I would like to start out by saying that I received a trailer from The Nun in this movie. And
I think I got one in front of Gran Turismo, and it was I was like, I guess like
that was the second time.
So advertise what you want, but
that was the second time I saw that trailer. I didn't jump that time, and I feel like I don't jump during like horror movies and stuff very often anymore. I about shit myself during that trailer. I was not expecting it. And so when like Sarah went and watched Gran Turismo with me and I didn't jump during the trailer, it kind of felt like the man. It felt pretty cool.
Did she jump though?
Yeah, she jumped. So, oh my God. I was very stoic because it's nothing.
Yeah, I've never, I'm not impressed.
Right, exactly. But I think that this movie really delivered. I cried a bunch in this movie. There was, and we'll get into it in spoilers, I guess it's probably the more appropriate place, but there's a very strong, father-son relationship in this movie. And it just, and it's like a through point through this episode is like the father-son relationships, between both of these movies is, very potent. And I think that the hat's off to the actors that portray the fathers, because I don't know, they just really did an effective job at conveying what they wanted to convey, during the emotional beats of both these movies. This movie though was hit real hard unexpectedly, and it delivered. I was very thoroughly surprised with Blue Beetle. Happily, I left very satisfied with this movie. So that's what I got to say about that.
Yeah, I think I encouraged you a little bit before you made your way to the cinema.
You did, yeah, for sure.
And I'm glad that you felt similarly to how I did coming out, which was certainly pleasantly surprised. I don't think it's a hot take, and I can offer this opinion, having now seen all of the DC movies that have come out this year. This is without a doubt the best DC movie this year alone, and probably in general for a while. Certainly top tier DC, which I realize basically says nothing. But what it does say is it's pretty solid. Like, it's pretty good. Like, the bar is low, but that doesn't mean that this is, just mediocre. Like, no, I think it's actually pretty good in its own right. It does a lot of really fun and interesting things. And I guess I will say I agree with you. I think for me, the things that take center stage in this movie are La Familia. They're fantastic. They anchor this movie from the emotional standpoint, but also just from like a comedic and like fun standpoint, because all his members of the family are kind of there to serve a role. Like, George Lopez is obviously more of a comedic relief here, but he still has his moments of emotionality that I think are genuine and authentic. The father-son relationship is certainly a big point. but you know, the relationship that he has with his abuela, with his sister, all of it feels, again, like very genuine, real connections that he has, and so yes, I'll also agree that really fantastic cast that felt like a real strong cohesive unit together. I like Zolo. I think he's really good on Cobra Kai. I'm excited that he was able to basically have a lead role in this. I think that's awesome for him. It's a shame the movie is not doing better. I think that something we'll talk about in spoilers is, you know, what's the future of this character moving forward, because we're in kind of that awkward in-between phase of whatever the fuck is going on at DC. But you know, he took this role and owned it. I think someone outside of the family unit who I thought was really good was Bruna Marquezine, who plays Jenny Cord, who's kind of the love interest character. But I thought that her dynamic, I mean, in the way that there's the father-son dynamic, that's a big part. You also have a father-daughter dynamic, which is very different because her father is absent for this film, but his presence is felt very much throughout it. And how her character is informed by the loss of her father. And just the way that she kind of gets integrated into the plot, I think was just really well handled. So La Familia, fantastic. Really enjoyed them all. Outside of that, I think that I agree that there are some typical shortcomings with superhero films. I think the villains weren't terribly compelling. Susan Sarandon was kind of phoning it in and being herself, which was kind of fine because she's not supposed to be a likable or particularly deep character. So it didn't detract from the movie. It was just like, oh, that lady sucks. Okay. You know, like, it was very simple.
You can deal with it.
You know, you have the classic, he's got this, you know, cool tech-heavy suit, and he can build a sword and he's fighting a guy in a big suit of armor. All right, well, we haven't seen that before. And so it has a bit of that, where it's just kind of like, okay, all right. You know, it's pretty bog standard sort of superhero-y, tropey kind of stuff. But, you know, you give it a fresh coat of paint, and honestly, that's enough. And I think that's the biggest thing that I can say is, I think the reason for me, if I had to pinpoint one single way to put it, the reason that this movie felt so fresh to me is because it was a DC movie that felt, quite honestly, like a Marvel movie. And I say that in a positive light, in the sense that, like, not every Marvel movie is a hit, obviously, but certainly we can look at track records and compare, and there's way more hits on the Marvel side than there are on the DC side. And at the end of the day, the Marvel movies, whatever you want to talk about in terms of, you know, the visual style being kind of bland, blah, 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 they're usually pretty colorful and they're pretty fun. And the DC movies are usually pretty colorless and not so fun. And that's kind of been a trend through and through for the past 10 years. And this is very much not that. This is a colorful film. This is a movie that has fun with its characters and has funny lines of dialogue that don't just feel like forced cringe. It, like, you know, and like it's kind of natural. It's built and baked into the movie very naturally and very seamlessly in a way that feels closer to what we call the Marvel formula. And there's a reason that formula works more often than not. And it feels refreshing when you take the formula and apply it to a character where it makes sense to apply it to, and it stands in kind of this direct opposition to your dour Supermans and Batmans and Wonder Womans and Aquamans and Shazams and whatever. Like, you know, like Shazam was fun and all whatnot, but it still very much felt like a DC movie in the way that it was filmed, the way that everything looked, the costume design, blah, blah, blah. This feels like such an obvious break from it, that it just felt like, oh my God, it was just like, I'm allowed to have fun at a DC movie. This is crazy. You know, even the Flash, which we'll talk about later if you want, it felt like it was trying to do that, but kind of stuck between both worlds, where it's like, is this fun or is this still Zack Snydery? It's kind of tried to do both, and I think maybe arguably failed at both. But this works. I think it comes at the consequence of feeling like it's treading a lot of the same plot territory for me as what Marvel did. There's definitely some Iron Man stuff in here, like the flight sequence in particular feels very Iron Man-y. I actually thought a lot of the plot elements felt very Ant-Man-y. I thought like the development of like the suit of armor that there's like a big thing that the villains are trying to do, to me felt very Yellow Jacket.
I 120% agree that it felt very Ant-Man-y.
Mm-hmm.
But Ant-Man is arguably one of the most...
Ant-Man's good. And it's a fucking fun, fresh movie that is,
exactly.
And like this is doing different things. Like, all right, it's an insect character, so you could call it a compare. You could make the comparison right away there. Like, but they're very, very different characters at the end of the day. But I actually thought plot wise, there was certainly some more crossover than I expected. I think even like Jenny Cord to me feels very Hope Van Dyne with, having a dead parental figure who's kind of out of the picture, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they'll come back at some point. Who knows? Like it feels like it's kind of leaning in that. So I definitely thought it kind of lifted some plot elements and kind of like smashed a few different things together. But again, like it was fun. And it did enough new stuff on top of all that. You take a base template, which is fine, and you add enough to it, and it works. Throw in some synthy score shit, and it's like, all right, this is fucking cool. This is cool shit, So I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with it. Aquaman has yet to come out, but I am confident in saying this is going to be the best DC movie of the year. It may unfortunately be the biggest bomb. I don't know. Aquaman might bomb too. We'll see. But I think it's a damn shame because I think this is a movie that I think a wide range of audiences would appreciate, and it just doesn't seem like people are going to see it, at the end of the day. So maybe the max streaming numbers will help, and that'll kind of right the ship. I don't think it's the last we'll see of the character, but we'll talk about that in spoilers, I think. So, you want to do a recommendation? Do you think people should go see this in theaters, wait to watch it at home on Max, or get paid to watch it? What do you think?
I think it's worth watching in theaters, man. I think it's a good experience. I think it's a lot of fun. It's fresh. It feels new. It's kinetic. I don't know. It's not the typical stuff that you expect from DC.
Agreed.
Which I mean, I guess to some might be a bad thing, but I think it's largely a good thing. And one thing for sure across Marvel and DC, you haven't had a Mexican hero. First
Latino superhero film, or Latino-led superhero film for sure.
Yeah, the insights and the I guess the family drama and just the
dynamic it's just so different than
exactly
your classic white bread sort of shit. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
that alone
makes it
1,000%. That alone makes it stand out and more interesting than any other version of this movie.
Exactly. So that's it. I think it's worth seeing on those principles alone. So
see it on the big screen is what Andrew says, and it's what I say as well. Go see this in theaters. Do yourself a favor. Do WB a favor, apparently, because, well, no, they'll be fine. They can swallow this loss because of Barbie, but I don't know. I think it deserves to do a little better than it did. I think I'm not going to feel bad for WB. I'm not going to feel bad for DC or anything like that, but this is the consequence of making a bunch of fucking shitty movies in a row is, by God, you made one good one, and no one cares anymore.
Nobody's going to notice, right?
No one's going to notice because you just fucked it too many times. And so, I hope that this is closer to what the future of the DCU looks like. So, again, get into that momentarily. But let's do that now. Full spoilers for Blue Beetle. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about some emotional moments? You want to talk? Yeah, let's talk about.
The dad.
The dad. I assume that's kind of
Oh man, Dad was always so charismatic and smiling. It's gonna be okay.
He was drinking some good tequila,
okay.
When they're having their little heart to heart.
Every time you see Dad, he's forcing a smile on his face. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be okay. Don't worry.
Right, because the whole the movie is he comes back from college, everything's good. Actually, no, everything sucks. You know, I lost the shop. We're gonna have to sell our home. We're being forced out because we can't afford it anymore. And it's just like, you know, classic, you know, gentrification sort of things. And it's just like, yep, that's just the way life is. But you know, we'll make do. We'll stick together because that's what we always do. You know, and it's like, but it still fucking sucks.
Right.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the dad's optimism throughout the whole movie. I also enjoyed the fact that, you know, they go out and they, you know, they're having a beer or tequila or whatever, and they're sitting out there and they're talking about the plants, but the entire time they're outside at night, they're completely enveloped by all the artificial light of the city.
Right, yeah, like the bright neon kind of lights. Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved the visual design of it, because if it's a fictional, it's Palmera City, which is, I think, a change from the comics. I think comics is just based in El Paso, Texas. I liked, I just thought it was a really stylized but cool comic booky sort of look to the city that felt really interesting, just having that dichotomy between, obviously, the outer layer where the poorer people live versus this inner city, you know, huge skyscraper, right, neon lights, kind of Blade Runner-y sort of shit. Not literally, but, you know, but closer to that. It was a really neat design.
The visualization was awesome.
And the use of lighting as a consequence of that sort of design was really cool.
And like I said, the dad's charisma during the hardest of times, and the way he was able to pick up his son was awesome, and very, very, very just authentic and heartfelt. And the way that that charisma lives on through his family after he's gone was just particularly potent with me. You have the daughter who was always kind of like, you know, just kind of alt, you know what I mean? She just always kind of pessimistic about stuff. And then the grandma says, you know, like, we'll cry later. This is what we got to do now, you know? And
just, you know, like, we got to get shit done, and then we can.
Yeah, it got really really quick.
It did, because I feel like the moment where, you know, the dad, I mean, there's the whole, I think the whole sequence is so emotional because the house is going up in flames, and he could just, it's just such a devastating thing to watch, and everyone is so helpless to stop it. Even Jaime, who obviously has this powerful suit, is rendered powerless in that moment, is only forced to watch and not be able to do anything to stop this. His dad dying, you know, I mean, his dad's basically like a heart attack, you know, away from dying, and it's just, there's just nothing that they can do. And so it's just so gut-wrenching to watch. And I think that it really feels...
It's really set up. You know, I'm sorry, I got to cut you off.
No, go ahead. I think I was trying to pick up the torch and run with it from you, but I was stealing your thunder a little bit.
But that whole sequence is really set up by an entire movie of establishing a family unit.
Yes, absolutely. You see how close these people are, and again, it's just such this genuine connection between all of them that they feel like a real family unit, and not a fake Fast and Furious La Familia, but a true, authentic La Familia.
Right, exactly. You know, you got crazy uncle living in the house with you. I also enjoyed like the stereotypical, like, quote unquote Mexican Toyota. He's got like all the chrome and shit all over his car. He's got the spoiler on the tailgate.
Yeah, what did he? There's something that's like written on the back, or he calls it something. I forget what it is though. I think it's just the name of the fucking car, but
he calls it a taco at one point, which is
the taco. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was really funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you get this whole family unit that's really set up on a pedestal, and you know, for all of its shortcomings or what have you, the embarrassing uncle and the sister that's, you know, just kind of like down on everything, and everybody's kind of has their dynamic, but that's family. You know what I mean? And and Dad was the charismatic like guy that kind of like infused hope into everybody. And then he went away, and it was sad. Fuck, getting emotional thinking about it. Fucking wine, dude. I got wine in me. Yeah, and then he went away, and it was really fucking emotional.
He's the anchor of the family. He's the one that's able to keep everyone's spirits up without, in the face of this crushing wave of just bad shit happening.
Losing the house and this and that, and he's like, hey, it's okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just kind of like lived on through Jaime, and it was awesome. It was so good. The way they did the family dynamic was just so, it felt so authentic and next level. Super surprising from fucking Blue Beetle, dude. I don't know how else.
You don't expect it out of a movie called Blue Beetle. You don't.
No. I also didn't expect the 80s synth vibe that like came out with good treatment and everything. That was awesome.
It was fun. Because even like the neon lights is kind of like Miami-ish, Miami Vice-ish kind of sort of deal, and there's like a very tech-heavy aspect to it. I think that's maybe where the synthy kind of inspiration came from. But I agree, it wasn't totally expected walking in.
Yeah, it's totally fun. The dad dynamic was very, very, very potent. I think it's like the high point for me.
Yeah.
And like watching Jaime kind of like grow into his own was very cool. It did a lot with like social classes and stuff. Like there's a whole there's a whole commentary in this movie about have and have nots and just like that whole thing. But
I thought it was interesting that even that went as far as the little very small bit of characterization that we got for the muscle villain, you know what I mean? Where, he was just kind of doing Susan Sarandon's bidding for a while, and then you kind of have that moment of like, oh no, he's just a victim too of all the same shit that has been affecting the Reyes family, and he's been going through the ringer for probably decades at that point, you know what I mean? So I don't know, I thought that was a nice little like touch of like, it kind of hits anyone. And so that was kind of a neat wrinkle that kind of, made him obviously more than just, oh, it's a big guy in a suit. Okay, all right, they're punching and fighting.
A sympathetic villain, of him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. What is there to talk about this movie? The dad stuff particularly was just really the most like just, again, gut-wrenching, gut punch sort of moment in that, and it really just, it was like the rallying cry for the third act of the movie, where I don't know, like every victory felt like a genuine just like thrill, right? Because
it's true.
I think, well, I will say I think the trailer spoiled a little too much overall, but one of my favorite moments in the film, which I found to be one of the most triumphant moments in the film, was not spoiled, and this is sort of skipping over something. They end up in this Beetle vehicle that's borrowed from a predecessor version of the Blue Beetle, and then there's this bit where George Lopez is piloting it and just smashing the fucking shit out of all these soldiers on this island, and it like Blue Beetle is like, no killing, I don't want to kill, and then George Lopez is like, whoop, I smashed you, just fucking ridiculous. And I just loved it because it was just kind of like a cathartic, like, yeah, this is awesome, like just cutting loose kind of sort of moment. Really, really enjoyed that.
George Lopez was like legitimately great, I think.
He was funny. Movie. He was funny, and he was just a fun addition. But again, that's the type of character that could just be not funny, over the top, takes away from it because they always got to chuck in some fucking stupid one-liner, and he was very much not that. He still was very much a part of the familial bond, where he's the kooky uncle, you know what I mean? So
right.
I thought he was great. I did like all of the Ted Kord stuff as like a somewhat more well versed in DC stuff. I was curious to see how they'd handle the legacy character with Ted Kord, who was the original Blue Beetle in the comics. And I thought that was all really, really cool to see, like, his lair and, like, the, kind of funny looking old school suit, which I think they even kind of make commentary in the film about, being like, this stuff kind of looked kind of shitty. I thought that was just really, really, really fun. But again, I think even if it is a little Ant-Man-y in terms of the origin of it, or at least in terms of the similarities of it, I thought that the Jenny and Ted stuff felt really genuine in the same way that we had, the Reyes family felt very connected. To me, I thought it was a really good performance where it felt like Jenny was just, very much trying to do right by her father, especially when her aunt is a fucking psychopath. So,
right.
So yeah, enjoyed that. Apparently, the word on the street, courtesy of the director, is that he wants Jason Sudeikis to be Ted Kord in a future, installment.
That'd
because
be cool.
I don't know if he stuck around. There was a mid and post credit sequence. The post credit sequence was kind of a nothing burger. It was just like a little cartoon that was on, I think, the TV in the house. Like, there was just a little segment from that. The mid credit scene teases the return of one Ted Kord, though. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I did not.
Yeah, so it's
How'd it go?
It's like in the computer stuff in like his lair, and so you don't really get a clear look at him. But it's, if you get this, send the message to Jenny, I'm alive. So it kind of is just setting up the thread that Ted is lost somewhere. Again, a little bit Janet Van Dyne, but something happened with him. He's off somewhere, and so they got to bring him back, which I think is cool because I like that kind of idea. Even if it has been done before, it doesn't mean it can't be done again, and it doesn't mean it can't be done again well. So,
and it doesn't mean it's not good, right?
And I think, moments wise in the rest of the film, there's a lot of good like little moments and stuff that I'm. To be fair, I saw this a couple weeks ago, so I'm a little bit slow on the uptake of remembering some of the more significant moments. I think that there's a lot of potential with, like the bond that Jaime and the Scarab have. I think like we kind of barely scratched the surface on the alien-y side of things.
Sure. Yeah,
sure. You know what I mean? It feels like there's a lot of potential for sequel to kind of dive into that aspect of it. Here, it's very much just like cool suit, and I can do the Buster Sword, and I can fly around and whatnot, and all that good stuff. But I think it sounds like, and I'm happy to hear this. It sounds like the Blue Beetle character, even if this isn't a huge rousing success, obviously, the character's not going anywhere. The character will be a part of the DCU, the new James Gunniverse, basically. And the way that Gunn has said it is that Blue Beetle is the first DCU character, whereas Superman Legacy will be the first DCU film. Which I didn't see anything in this movie that made it feel obviously tethered to the old continuity, if that makes sense. In a way that a Shazam very much is reliant on like your Supermans and your Batmans of clearly the Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck style. This to me felt like there's Gotham references, but like other than that, and there's a Batman reference, but it's like that could be any Batman. You know what I mean? So it kind of feels like even if this wasn't necessarily designed for the ground up to be part of the new DCU, it could absolutely be retrofitted to be part of it without, I feel like, contradicting anything major, unless they obviously wanted to change things for some reason. But I think that, again, that's a big reason of why I enjoyed it as much as I did, is because it felt so different from everything else that had come before. So I hope that this character comes back. I would certainly be game for a proper Blue Beetle 2, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see the character maybe seeded into the universe than other projects first, maybe like a Booster Gold or something like that, and then we get maybe like a full continuation sometime down the line. So I hope this is not it. I think there's a lot of potential for this character. Fantastic cast. I think it would be a shame to just kind of, not capitalize on one of the best entries from DC in a good while, So yeah, really, really enjoyed it. And to think, once upon a time, this was supposed to be a streaming only movie, which maybe financially might have been the better decision, but I don't know. Just crazy. Sometimes you don't have to put $200 million into a movie all the time. Obviously, this was still not nothing at $100 million, but I think that for $100 million, look, I will say this. This movie cost half as much as The Flash did, and it looked significantly better effects-wise. Significantly.
Right.
So, there's that. All right, any other thoughts for you on Blue Beetle?
No, I've got no more thoughts on Blue Beetle.
All right, let us accelerate ahead to talking about Gran Turismo then. Oh, very good. Vroom, vroom.
Yeah, me.
Very good, very good. I think the Ferrari trailer is sticking in your brain a little bit, perhaps. That's probably what it was. But all right, so Gran Turismo, the second of our double feature for this episode. It's playing in theaters. I think still exclusively in theaters, even though we're a little late to the party. Was written by Jason Hall and Zach Balin, directed by Neil Blomkamp. Go figure, Neil Blomkamp just taking random ass jobs here and there, but man's got to put food on the table or whatever. It stars David Harbour, Orlando Bloom, Archie Madekwe, Darren Barnett, Jerry Halliwell Horner, and Jaimin Onsu. It's about a struggling working-class gamer, a failed former race car driver, and an idealistic motorsport exec who risk it all to take on the most elite sport in the world. So you have thoughts on Gran Turismo, I gather. What'd you think? I mean, maybe, again, just to set things up in kind of the same way, maybe low expectations walking in the door, would you say?
Yes, absolutely. I don't want to say the lowest. I think I always sat in the camp of, we'll see what happens. I don't know how they make a movie of this. Right? I think it's right.
It's a fair thought to have.
Yes. And then they assign, then they assign Neil. No, I guess I don't know if they assign it, but they give Neil here the job.
He signed on the dotted line and said, "Yeah, I'll do it."
I'll do it.
What's does Neil Blomkamp see something in this, or is it literally just a paycheck for him? I don't know. Maybe it is an interesting kind of fit, right?
Yeah, definithe.
It's like a Guy Ritchie doing a Disney movie. You're like, but why? But why is he doing this? I mean, talented director.
Neil, a talented animator. He did a lot of work in the animation and stuff, and he had District 9, which was cool. He had Chappie, and then he had like a failed Alien and a failed Halo.
Yeah, and he peaked with District 9, and it's kind of just feels like it's all been downhill. So that's why I'm like, maybe he is just taking any gig that he can get, which I don't think is necessarily an indictment on the quality of this film. Obviously, we're going to talk about it momentarily, but it's an interesting fit because I still look at, even though District 9 was 15 years ago almost. I still think of him as like closer to an auteur type, and I don't know that that's really applicable anymore. I mean, it felt like we had Elysium and Chappie, and it was like he had a very specific style to the kind of movies that he made. And even the one that came out a couple of years ago, Demonic, I didn't see it. Apparently, it was quite bad.
That's the video game,
at least from the reviews. Yeah, it was kind of video gamey, but it still kind of had like a Neil Blomkamp-y sort of vibe. Gran Turismo does not, and you know what I mean. So it. But anyway, maybe it worked out. Maybe he had the right sensibilities for it.
Is an opportunity for someone that maybe has made less than stellar movies, for the past couple years, and given them an opportunity for kind of like, an opportunity to...
It's like a comeback movie, a get-right movie sort of thing. Like
maybe.
Show that you still have directorial chops. Maybe a studio will give you a decent-sized budget and let you, do something that's more in your wheelhouse, moving forward. Maybe.
I think that... So opinions, non-spoiler section of this movie.
Yep.
With I think that there are it's the best way to phrase this. It's the parts of this movie that are really well done are the race car bits and the dramatic bits of this movie.
Okay.
The video game aspect of this movie feels like a sponsorship. It feels like
Yeah. I mean, and like, to be fair, it is absolutely a Sony produced movie who stands to benefit from all things Gran Turismo selling well. So it is definitely,
not
I
to
guess,
say that
product
you can't
placement
have,
but it's so, I don't know, it's so baked into the plot. But
I read
you still feel like even beyond that, it feels kind of like it's more designed to sell games than anything. Like, is that kind of your sense?
Yeah, is it the Vulture? Isn't that that's a publication, right? The Vulture.
That sounds right. I think that's something.
I think I read an article about it's their opinion, it's the author's opinion about Neil Blomkamp and how this is almost like a commercial for PlayStation. I think that this movie is more than a commercial for PlayStation. I think that,
but it also serves that purpose. I think
it also,
if you want to look at it cynically, I think that you could certainly make that commentary, and
it's almost like if you had Ford versus Ferrari, but on top of that, Ford versus Ferrari was like they were making a video game called Ford versus Ferrari, and you wanted to add some video gamey things in there, right? Some overlays, like quick time event. Hey, quick, Christian Bale punch Matt Damon, and while he's got groceries or whatever. You know what I mean? When they fight in the streets. I think that I don't know. I think that this movie the video game portions of this movie are the parts that pulled me out the most. What I will say is that they are some video gamey bits are better than others, and the video gamey bits are few and far between. This for me was a good dramatic, like much like our Blue Beetle thing. I don't know if I feel like it's not just me though, but I feel like both Blue Beetle and Gran Turismo have a lot, like just a very strong father-son presence kind of thing.
Yeah, no, totally.
And I think that father-son presence thing in this movie is I think it exceeds Blue Beetle. I think it's a very, very, very incredibly touching. I think Digimon did an excellent job. How do you pronounce his name? It definitely reads like Digimon.
It does indeed read like Digimon. I believe it is Jaimin is how you say his first name.
Okay.
But we don't always stick with people's actual
and
given
Digimon's
names. So.
in a future upcoming episode that we will be talking about.
That's true. We teased it at the beginning. He's in a bonus episode we'll be recording in the near future.
Yeah. Anyways, so Digimon and the main character, I can't remember his name now. But
Jan, I think, is the main character. Jan Mardenborough, based off of a real person, by the same name.
God, man, those two really sell it. The performances in this movie all felt incredibly authentic. Especially, I mean, maybe Bloom aside, I didn't think Bloom's performance was anything terribly impressive. But Harbor, the kid, and his dad, those three right there, man, they nailed a really fucking authentic race car movie dramatic vibe. And they really sold the movie. I think without those three, the performances that these three bring, you don't have this movie. I think this movie kind of falls really flat. Because
I agree.
It's the performance that drive this movie home for me.
I kind of feel like Orlando Bloom was like, this is a video game movie, and then the other three were like, this is a race car movie. This is a race car, Ford v Ferrari, dramatic sort of thing. And you could argue who got the memo the best, but I agree with your assessment of the performances, though. So, like, if we're going to break the movie down into, like, genres and the portions of the movie, because, I mean, it's kind of like a three-deal thing, right? You have, like, the drama, and then you got the race car, and then you have video game movie, right? That's the kind of way that I feel about it. And the dramatic portions of this film sell the film. The performances between those three characters, Harbor, the kid, and Digimon, I think it's stellar. And then it's a good race car movie. It doesn't have the cinematography of Ford versus Ferrari or the sound design of Ford v Ferrari, but it still does enough in that realm to be thrilling. Yeah. Exactly. There's a lot of use cinematography wise. There's a lot of drone
drone footage, and in that way, I kind of feel like it's unique, but it kind of when I think when you take the cinematography off of the car, I mean, not that it's on the car, but when you take that cinematography and you pull it away and off of the tactile feel of the road, and it kind of sterilizes the visceral effect of a race car film. I think race car films, they really benefit from rigs and stuff on cars and capturing like just what it feels like to be in that car. And this one's got a lot of drone footage, which was, it's unique or whatever. Some people are probably like it, but it's, it kind of sterilizes it for me. But aside from that, I really can't say enough about the acting performances in this movie. And the father-son dynamic, and just a kid like just chasing his dreams and making them a reality is just it's a
little inspiring, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Tale as old as time, but I mean, it's told within the wrappings of a race car video game movie. And I think that who wrote this movie?
That would be two men by the name of Jason Hall and Zach Balin. I think at least Balin worked on Creed 3 most recently.
Okay.
And I'm not familiar with Hall's work.
I think they pick up
American Sniper. Thank you for your service. Looks like
I think you pick up
likes military shit, I guess.
You pick up, hey, listen, we're writing a movie about this thing that Nissan and and Sony did, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What's the angle you take on it? And I think that's a very, very inspired take to kind of like pivot your story around as about a kid chasing his dreams, and maybe not necessarily with the phenomenal support of the household, and particularly the dad. So I thought it was a really touching story. I thought it kind of felt I never felt particularly pushed to pursue any of the things that I really enjoyed growing up. And so as a result of that, life just happens, but it kind of hit home a little bit in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, like the messaging of it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I imagine that it's not I imagine it's a prevalent story. I imagine it probably touched a lot of people. It's really well told. So, really, hats off to the writers of this movie and the acting of those three guys that I keep mentioning. So,
yeah.
Really, I was very, very, I was very, very surprised. So,
okay,
yeah.
All right.
What do you got?
I have to say, I think I was surprised by Gran Turismo as well. Certainly, I guess everyone can probably do their own due diligence and double check and see what we said in the past. I think probably from the announcement of this movie being made, probably even through at least any of the trailers that we talked about, I am pretty confident we were not high on this film. We were probably giving it some shit, asking the question of, did we need this? Is anyone asking for this? Why does this exist? That sort of thing. And look, I don't know that I still would have greenlit a Gran Turismo movie. It's when I think of video game movies, I don't think of, like, my brain doesn't jump to Racing Simulator, is the obvious candidate for turning that into a movie. But at the same time, I think if you're accepting that they're going to do that, this is probably the best way to do it. And I'm not going to say it's the best, possible film or anything like that. It's certainly got its own set of issues. But it's very enjoyable, and it does have heart to it. And the way, yes, to kind of, echo your sentiments, the way that Blue Beetle had a surprising amount of heart to it. This one surprised me more so. I kind of felt like, the trailers for Blue Beetle, at least, like, very heavy on the family focus. This one wasn't so much. Obviously, it's a racing movie and marketed based on, it's a video game, but he's, going to be driving for real and cars go vroom vroom. And it's like, all right, yeah, that could certainly be entertaining. But I was surprised by how how touching some of the family moments were in this. That I think definitely was one of the strengths and one of the surprising strengths of the film. But overall, I mean, it's very, I would say, very predictable. It's not anything you haven't seen before, I think, in really any aspect. The racing stuff has been done better in other movies. You know, the story itself is kind of unique, but there's probably similar motivational type of things that have been better done in other movies. But at the same time, it kind of has the unique fusion that you talked about. You know, you're breaking it down in terms of the family stuff, the racing stuff, the video game stuff. It's a pretty unique fusion of some unique things, kind of thrown them into a pot together. And what you get is actually pretty fun, pretty entertaining, and pretty enjoyable. And I think that certainly for me, and it sounds like for you, that was surprising. That was surprising that this is not a gigantic piece of shit. Sony, as a film studio, I think has a subpar track record overall. Throw in like a video game movie kind of thing, and it's like, all right, we got Uncharted. That was pretty bad. You know, I don't know if they've done any other recent PlayStation things. I mean, the Twisted Metal show, I watched the 2 episodes. I think I talked about that maybe last episode or the episode before that. It was like surprisingly kind of fun, but not amazing. And so, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm glad. I thought when, you know, even though we kind of knew the gist of what the story was, I am glad that this wasn't a Need for Speed type of situation where, when they made that Need for Speed movie, it's like, I mean, obviously Need for Speed is very much like eluding police and stuff like that, but they kind of just made it into a shitty Fast and the Furious movie, and there are already plenty of those to go around. You didn't need to add one to the pile.
Right.
This is very much not Fast and Furious-y in the slightest, and I think that that's the right thing to do, you know, for Gran Turismo, which is a non-story driven, very much just a simulator of a game throughout the entirety of the franchise. You know, I think this is a pretty neat angle to take, is pull a true story, and it's a really, really interesting. I talked about it, I think, you know, that I would get to it when we talked about the movie. The GT Academy backstory is actually really, really interesting. I think I'm going to save it for spoilers just because I kind of want to compare it to the real, you know, like compare the movie's story to the real story. And I figure I might as well, you know, save that until we can kind of talk about it more openly. But it's actually a really interesting story. And I think it's done pretty well here in terms of adapting it.
Yeah, and that might elevate this movie a little bit, because I mean, we keep saying it's a video game movie, and I mean, it's based on a video game. But it's not necessarily based on a video game. It's based on a partnership from a video game studio and a video game company, PlayStation, and the developer of
Polyphony Digital.
Yeah, and Nissan, right? To show how good
Nissan,
the software,
or however Orlando Bloom says it.
It made me cringe every time he says it. But I guess
I was reading about it. Apparently, the British say it differently than everywhere else in the world, and so he's correct in his pronunciation, which is incorrect as compared to everyone else in the world.
It's terrible.
But I don't really know why that's the case.
It's like, how do you think they say, quote unquote, Hyundai? How do you say Hyundai? Do you say Hyundai?
How do I say it?
Yeah.
Me personally, I feel like I add a little bit Y in there, like Hyundai. I don't know.
Hyundai. Every time.
I don't think it's quite as dramatic as that.
It's
like a subtle Y in there. Like I try to incorporate it somehow, but it is probably, as it comes out of my mouth, probably closer to Hyundai, something like that.
Every time customers come on the car lot and they're like, hey, you know, I like Kia and Hyundai. Oh, okay. Well, we have the Hyundai accent. Do you like a Hyundai accent or a Hyundai Sonata? And I'm like, huh? I don't understand. It's not Japanese. It's Korean. That's the same thing. Hyundai. It sounds cooler. Anyways, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's really cool. Anyway, big shout out to David Harbour. I think he's really, really fantastic in this. I think he's kind of the anchor for it. I mean, I think obviously Digimon Jaimon is very good, and Archie Madekwe, who I've never seen in anything, I think is good, as like those two have a really good relationship as father and son that certainly is a huge emotional centerpiece of the movie. But I think David Harbour is like the character that, like, I don't know, you know, like the gruff former driver who's the mentor, the motivator. I don't know. And David Harbour's he's a very charming and entertaining actor in general, and I feel like this wasn't even him just doing his own thing. I think he really I think gave this movie more than you would have expected anyone to give to a movie about Gran Turismo. He's really good, really, really good. I thought he was just kind of, I don't know. Yeah, I think without David Harbour, this movie loses a step. I think even if you have someone giving it an Orlando Bloom level performance where they're treating it as a video game movie, as I said, this movie loses a little bit of something. You know, I think the performers really do elevate the material, which again is predictable and pretty bland. There's some stuff in it, like there's like a romance angle, which is like barely in it, but still technically in it and uses screen time. It's like not in there enough to actually detract from the movie, but it's also like, I don't know, that's so half-baked in terms of the characterization that when you compare it to the emotional core throughout the rest of the film, it kind of adds little value to the film overall. But I don't know. That's a nitpicky sort of thing. Racing's good. Racing's fun. It's kinetic. Big vroom vroom and all that good stuff. And it was a fun, surprising movie that when the reviews came in, it said this is not dog shit. I said interesting that this is not a dog shit film, allegedly, and I think we can confirm it's in fact not a dog shit film, and it's quite solid in its own right. I think especially for what it is. I think maybe we can get into our recommendation. Would you say that this is worth a theater trek? Do you think that people could be better served waiting to watch it at home, be it on streaming or home video, or do you think that people need to be paid to watch this film? It's a tougher one.
Yeah, it's a tougher one. It's definitely a split between watch it at home and watch it at the movie theater.
Yeah. It's not. I feel like Blue Beetle was kind of like a slam dunk. Like, there's enough that makes it feel fresh and different. That the theater
absolutely.
Visit is worth it, and then this one doesn't really have the freshness or the differentness, but it's just like a very well done version of what it is, which is
like the best. It's like the best thing it could probably be.
Yes, I think for a movie about Gran Turismo, it's hard to imagine a better version being made.
I think pacing could probably be a little bit different, and cinematography could be a little bit different. Sound design could be a little bit. I mean, like you said, it's the things in this movie have been done better before. So I feel like a lot of the story aside, I think it's a really well positioned story in the way that the angle that they took and the performances that we get in this movie. But for what this movie is, I don't think it delivers as like the things that inspired it, right? Like it's not as
Well, if you take a Ford v Ferrari is probably the most recent example of a racing movie that had a lot more cinematic flair, felt like the sound design alone made it worth the theater experience. This one I saw in Dolby, and it was perfectly fine, but it was never it never like, blew me away.
Shit. Right.
In terms of the execution of anything, like almost like it never really felt I might have driven a rental one. I actually am not sure off the top of my head, but
and you were like, this is a car. It moves me. It
is indeed a car. Body. Yeah, if I have driven a Nissan or a Nissan, I do not recall doing so, which maybe is indicative of the experience.
Right, exactly.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the point I'm making is Ford v Ferrari was an obvious go see this in theaters. Like it's obviously a good story, but you have the cinematic like experience, I think, that would just enhance the movie itself. And I'm not sure that that's exactly true here.
No,
I'm not sure that watching this at home versus watching this in a theater is that discernible of a difference. Yeah, it's a bigger screen. It's obviously louder and shit. But
yeah, no, I think a lot of the appreciation I have of this movie is there's a word for I can't think of the word that I'm thinking of, but a lot of the appreciation that I have for this movie is because of the surprise at how touched I was from it and how good it is. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
that doesn't necessarily mean that it's outstanding movie, right? It means that means I'm a lot of it's because I was surprised. So I think from a story point, I think it's worth watching in theaters, but it sets out to be a race car movie, and I don't think it's the best race car movie. And I think that they tried to commercialize it a little bit, which is fine, of course, but I think that pulled away from the experience a little bit. Like some of it got cheesy.
Did it make you want to buy Gran Turismo 7 and fire it up on the PS5?
No, not at all.
Okay.
And so
customize your own car.
From those perspectives, it felt very flat. So that's what it set out to do. It set out to inspire people to download the game. It didn't inspire me to download the game. It set out to support my kid. Set out to Baby B, support Baby B and what he wants to do. You know what I mean? So you're not like Digimon. And in those, I don't think that's what the writers set out for this movie to be. But it's not what this movie was like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it's a watch it at home. I feel very confident it's a good watch at home. I think if you
an upper tier of that category, perhaps.
Exactly. Yes. I think the story is what makes this movie. And I think that the trapping, it's a mediocre race car movie and a well-made drama movie, I think.
Sure. And you kind of have sequences of racing to kind of spell the dramatic moments and obviously underscore it.
Maybe it's a coming-of-age movie.
Sure, yeah. That's probably fair. I agree with you. I mean, I think I was probably hinting at that already, but I do think it's probably a wait to watch it at home movie in terms of our recommendation scheme. But it's not necessarily because it's a subpar movie. It's actually, I think, a pretty well done version of it, which is just pretty good without being great, really.
It's kind of vanilla. It's a vanilla movie.
It's very vanilla. It's vanilla. It's predictable, and at the same time, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You know what you're going to get when you walk into this movie. At least in terms of the storyline, I think yes, the chocolate chip throughout is going to surprise you. You're just like, oh, okay, that was a little burst of flavor that I wasn't ready to see in a Gran Turismo film, in a video game movie.
Digimon made me cry.
Yeah,
wow, that's a fucking hunk of chocolate.
There's some really genuine, like, emotional, like, moments between characters. There's, like, there's impactful, like, racing moments too that lead to impactful emotional moments, and there is a good emotional through line through the movie that works pretty well overall. That drives it, and so even
they're very nice.
Yes, I know. Yes. Even though it's not quite full, pedal to the floor in terms of its execution, it's pretty good. It's going a steady speed the whole way through, and that's okay. That's all right. But it gets it a watch at home sort of recommendation. I mean, I think, to me, I could have waited a couple months and seen it and thought, pretty fun, enjoyed it quite a bit, walking in with lowered expectations. I think anyone will probably enjoy this. I think there's a lot to enjoy for a wide audience. I think it's, obviously it's got some intense moments, but it's pretty family friendly. I think overall, maybe not Baby B certified or anything, because he's
totally family friendly.
But like, he's young enough now that he probably wouldn't give a shit. Just be a little loud, perhaps. But yeah, I don't know. Not quite there in the upper tier. Not quite in the Ford v Ferrari tier of racing. I mean, it's. I think we called Ford v Ferrari a dad movie. This too is a dad movie, just not as good of one overall.
Right.
But I had fun with it. I enjoyed it.
It's a kid movie too.
Yeah, and I think it's
video games.
That's true. Anyone that has, I think, any sort of affinity for Gran Turismo, I imagine would enjoy this quite a bit. I have seen some commentary online that like where the races and stuff were filmed isn't really accurate, and that's quite noticeable if you are familiar with like the tracks and stuff like that. So I guess that could potentially piss people off. For me, I obviously did not notice, so I don't know. It's one of those things like, all right, they didn't actually film the 24 hours of Le Mans.
They didn't film it at Nuremberg. They didn't film it at come on, dude. Whatever.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's fucking PlayStation Studios movie. Get over it. What are you gonna do?
Yep. What are you gonna do? So anyway,
it's directed by Neil Blomkamp. He's not gonna get Le Mans. Anyways, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess maybe that brings me to my final point before we get into spoilers. This movie has a budget of $60 million. Neil Blomkamp, I think, took that a long way. I think this is a movie that absolutely pops. Yeah, exactly. District 9, to this day, I think still holds up as an incredible visual effects accomplishment for like a $30 million movie or whatever it was. Some crazy low amount for having principally CG characters throughout the entirety of the film. Chappie. This, too, I mean, obviously is Chappie, too.
But anyways, I'm sorry.
But $60 million for this movie, I think it looks very impressive. This movie to do the same thing again looks significantly better than The Flash at probably less than half the price. Okay, Flash was a roughly $200 million movie. This was a $60 million movie, and obviously one is, it's a little apples and oranges. This is a little bit more grounded, a little bit more practical, sure. But still, this movie looks infinitely better overall. So yeah. That's what I have to say on that.
There is a place for Neil.
Yeah, he look. You got a limited budget and you got a high concept. I think Neil can do some work with that. I think he's got a talent for that, of doing a lot with a little. So yeah. All right. Full spoilers for Gran Turismo. Should I get into? I mean, here. Why don't we stick with talking about the movie itself? Where were the tears had? Where did they come for you?
Oh, when the entire movie, Digimon is harping on his son because he plays a stupid video game.
And just wasting his life away playing this dumb video game. He's got to learn some skills, got to actually do something that's productive to society, etc.
And then he's constantly held to his brother's standard, and his brother's doing the same thing that he did, being Digimon. When he was younger, his Digimon did soccer, and so his younger brother is pursuing, a career in soccer, playing soccer, whatever. He's really good. And then, the main character, he's doing video games, and he says he's going to be a race car driver. And, he's told it's a pipe dream. It's never going to happen. You need to get realistic. You're not doing anything with your life. You come in here, you hole up in your video games, and you don't do anything. Blah, 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 And then he becomes a race car driver. By sheer fate, he becomes a race car driver. You know what I mean? And
sheer fate, a.k.a. being really good at Gran Turismo.
Being really good at a fucking
Spending
video game.
all that time playing that fucking video game pays off.
Exactly, and...
Finally.
Wish
fulfillment of a movie. See, Mom? All those video games weren't... They weren't wasteful, See, Dad? Mr. Soccer Man Dad?
Yeah,
I wasn't wasting my time.
And then there's a point, I think it's at the Le Mans, when he's racing the Le Mans, his dad comes to him. And, it hit real hard, I get a little stuffy. I haven't seen the movie in like a couple of weeks, but it hits real hard. It's almost like somebody told Digimon that he couldn't be an actor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how strong it came across. Just like the mannerisms, like when he's trying to tell his son that he made a mistake and that he, like I didn't support you the way that you needed, and it just come across really strong.
Yeah,
and
emotional.
It was
and just a genuine,
genuine heartfelt moment.
Just heartfelt moment.
And then the kid turns around and says, "You're the one that inspired me. You took me to the race cars. I got your bird on my helmet and this and that. You pursuing your passion of soccer inspired me to do what I'm doing." It was just a really heavy, heartfelt moment. It was awesome. I don't know, just like in a way that, and it felt super authentic too. Anyways, so that got me, and of course, when he got in a race car accident, his mom and dad are freaking out, and after he got in the race car accident, that kind of heavy too. But
yeah, no, I think that's certainly his mom's performance from Ginger Spice. Ginger Spice, I think, was really fantastic. Just the horror that she experiences in that moment was very well done, and just like, the kind of and it makes your heart drop sort of moment where it just, I mean, again, with the predictability of a movie like this, we know that he'll be all right. He'll come back and he'll do something that's worthwhile and prove the haters wrong, etc. But in that moment, for those people, for those characters, you felt their terror and shock and just, you know,
it was
the tragedy of the whole situation, obviously too, with the spectator being killed.
He almost didn't enter the race car. You know what I mean? He almost let he almost let a bad thing keep him from his dream. You know what I mean? So
right.
I'm not going to do it anymore.
Yeah.
You know, so like the story that's told time after time, a tale as old as time, as, you know, if we were Beauty and the Beast.
Tale as old as time.
Yeah. You know, you have a dream, you stick to it, and don't let things stand in your way. You didn't let your parents stand in the way. You didn't let this, but David Harbour, if David Harbour wasn't there to pull him out of the rut and pull him out, because David Harbour didn't have anybody to pull him out of the rut.
Yeah.
And he quit and and he became a mechanic.
Yeah, they did a nice job of you know, having the similarities between those two characters and basically, you know, having the motivation of like, you need to do what I couldn't do. I'm telling you, like, you have what it takes. Do it. You know what I mean?
Take me for a ride. Take me for a ride. My fancy ass Porsche.
Yeah,
you know?
that was a good moment. Just visiting the crash
all
scene.
Of it, all that stuff.
Yeah, some really. I mean, just the dramatic beats really were.
You can take it out. You
effective.
You can take the story out of this. You can extract the story out of race car driving, and it's a coming of age story.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a really well told story in this movie. I think it's hats off to the writers. They did a fantastic job. Makes me feel good that, you know, that to find out that they were associated with something like Creed, because Creed's incredible. But you extract this coming of age story where you have this vulnerable teenager who's been told he can't do something his whole life. He starts he starts doing something really well, and then something hits him really hard, and he's got a mentor that pulls him out of the rut and pushes him, and you know, and here we are, you know, and just really incredible. You get the satisfaction of seeing the dad hear that he was wrong, and apologizing, and that was really heartfelt, and the dad's motivation for doing that is just, it's not like it's you know, he's just looking out for his kid, but he was doing it, like, you know, without his dad doing that, would he have been in the same situation? Who knows? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's one of those situations. So it's just, the story of this movie is just really well done. The writing in it is well executed, and the acting is well executed. So anyways, you asked me a long time ago, like, where did the tears come from? And they came from the dad coming to his son and telling him that he was sorry.
Yeah.
And
that's
the part that hit home with me.
That's a powerful moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so anyways.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of what I have to talk about is unraveling the truth of it all. And, you know, and I mean, I think we've kind of, I think by that exercise, we've kind of hit on a lot of the big emotional story beats. I mean, obviously, like, it's a satisfying conclusion where they get a podium finish with the all GT Academy team, which was really, really cool and like fulfilling. And it's also not like Hollywood Eyes where it's like first place, like they got third place, which is still an incredible accomplishment. And, you know, but it feels like all right, that feels like a semi-plausible sort of thing. I could see that happening, that sort of thing. And indeed it did happen. I guess maybe the real way to jump off is kind of the epilogue of this movie is kind of telling you a little bit about the real Jan Mardenborough and his involvement of the movie, which is a classic, you know, pseudo biopic-y thing to do, is like, you know, here's the actors doing it, and then now here's what they actually look like. But I think the coolest thing, which I think could have been a fun fact, you know, for this episode that we could have used, but I didn't want to use it because it's, because you did the Gran Turismo fun fact, but more importantly, because it felt like a really nice reveal at the end of the movie was that Jan Mardenborough did the stunts, the racing stunts for his own, you know, fictionalized character in the movie. And I think that's so cool and unique. And I can't think of any time something like that could have even had an opportunity to happen. So it's really cool that he obviously was very hands-on with this movie, was there obviously to be kind of the subject matter expert of like, this is my life that this is based on. And it's not a fully accurate reflection of his life, but it's pretty close actually. And so I think having him involved in that particular way was a really, really cool flourish for the film overall, and a nice kind of capper.
Well, the movie gets made
that's
a
the
million
note it leaves
times
you
over,
on.
and and they just call a stunt driver.
Yeah. You could do that, or you could have the fucking guy there. It's cool. It's really cool. So, so the real story. This is kind of weirdly enough, I think, somewhat subtitled as like Gran Turismo based on a true story. Like in like the marketing materials, it's like an Edge of Tomorrow, Live Die Repeat sort of situation. And it's like, I mean, at least Live Die Repeat feels like a fun title. Based on a true story is like, that's maybe a tagline, but not a subtitle. I don't know, kind of weird, but Sony marketing, whatever. The movie didn't make much money. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know. But the real Jan Mardenborough was not the first winner of the GT Academy competition.
No?
He was the third winner of it, in fact. The GT Academy ran from 2008 to 2016. It was, as kind of shown in the movie, this opportunity for Gran Turismo players who are really good to get a shot at real-life driving experience. I believe, at least the way it seemed in the movie, the Academy was a little bit more expansive. I think basically how they did it in real life, and they turned it into a TV program. Like it was like, like a reality show almost, of having contestants be on. And I think that they did a lot more video game racing stuff up front, and then there was like a week-long race camp where they kind of got it figured out, and then the winners then kind of continued their driving development at that point. But they started in 2008 and
was this
didn't have one in 2009. But basically, they I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like 20 winners of the GT Academy from the time that it was made.
Japanese show, or was it a UK show?
I believe it was UK.
Okay.
A co-production from Nissan and Sony Interactive Entertainment.
Wow.
The characters in this movie, aside from Jan, are like fictionalized people. They're fictionalized versions. So the real life Orlando Bloom's a guy named Darren Cox, who was a Nissan Europe executive. So they kind of changed his name, made him a little bit different. I think that there were multiple like drivers that had a big helping hand in like doing the racing side of the GT Academy, and they kind of just did a composite, I think, character with David Harbour's character. So I don't know that there may have been like an actual driver with that sort of backstory, but that also might have just been good writing that made it feel kind of like real. But yeah, the Jan Mardenborough in real life is a pretty successful racing driver.
Is he the most successful out of GT Academy?
I think so. I mean, I will say that there are a good chunk of the GT Academy winners that don't have Wikipedia pages. There are, in fact, only like five that do. And I kind of gather that I think the first guy did pretty well overall, but I feel like Mardenborough's probably been like the biggest breakthrough success from what I can gather. I'm not 100% up to speed on all of this, obviously, just kind of looking at things at a quick glance. I think he's had the most sustained success. Like he's been racing for a while. I think he hasn't raced really since 2020, but he won the GT Academy in 2011 and then basically started racing professionally, it looks like, in 2013. So he had a kind of 7-year span where he was racing. So in terms of kind of the things that happened in the movie, that third place podium finish at Le Mans with the all GT Academy team did actually happen.
That's incredible.
That's fully actually how it went down. He did that. I think it might have been one of the previous winners that he drove alongside. It looks like the first GT Academy winner was also in his basically racing team for that 24 hours of Le Mans. And he's had some other success. The crash the big crash, which obviously is an impactful moment in the film, did in fact happen in real life. It actually did in fact result in a spectator being killed. So that is kind of fully taken from reality. The big key difference is that happened after Le Mans, so they reordered things, I think, for dramatic effect in the movie. I think that's been somewhat controversial, is like taking a real life tragedy and using it as kind of this motivational thing in the movie. And it's like, you know, I guess I can see the argument there, but I don't know. I think that, you know, it clearly was a dramatic moment in his life, and it felt like, I mean, I think he has basically said he wanted it to be included in the movie because it was part of the story. And obviously they kind of played fast and loose. It's based on a true story. It's not the true story is kind of how it, you know, it ultimately comes down. And that's obviously true of most of these types of movies, that sort of thing. But yeah, that's pretty much it. The one last thing, because the movie kind of starts with like the little bit of the background of like, you know, Polyphony Digital making Gran Turismo, and like he's like the Jan in the movie is like this guy that made this is like such a cool fucking guy. Kazunori Yamauchi, who was the game designer that made it, the CEO of Polyphony Digital to this day still, is a really interesting guy too. He makes a cameo in this movie as I think the sushi chef. There's like a little scene, I think maybe when they're on a date in Japan, and then he himself has also had a little racing career, which I think is really fucking cool. So you know, obviously they make the point in the beginning of the movie, like, this guy really fucking loves cars. He wanted to make the most realistic driving simulator possible because he loves cars so much. But you know, come to find out that he's himself raced. I think he's participated in races with like GT Academy, at least participants, if not winners, which is cool. I don't think he's done as well as Jan Mardenborough, hence the movie is not fully about him, but he is included in it nonetheless. So yeah, there's a whole. I mean, obviously, you got into it with the fun fact of, you know, going into the Wikipedia deep dive of the franchise history and everything.
It's a rich history, man. Gran Turismo,
but it is a rich history, and it's a really cool. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I think that the GT Academy stuff, like the fact that this game is apparently good enough as a simulator to actually have people with obviously some extra development go out and actually, you know, race fully high speed, you know, vehicles is
there's nothing
pretty
else
crazy.
like it. What else is
pretty
there?
Crazy? You know, you play Call of Duty a lot doesn't mean you're good at, you know, fucking shooting a gun. You know what I mean? It's like
yeah, right.
Some skills translate. I'd like to think playing Rock Band a lot will help me play some drums in real life. We'll see. But you know,
I think you'll find that it will. For
maybe,
sure.
Maybe certainly better than.
I was going to say Armored Core
all.
doesn't make you a good Jaeger pilot. You're not going to
probably not, but you know. Yeah, that really depends on whether you have the brain connection or whatever. I forget what they call it in that. neural connection. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So some cool real life stuff integrated into this, and you know what?
Elevates
for
the
pretty compelling film overall. Pretty compelling story. Some good moments. I think I saw this. I flew solo when I watched this. But I was telling Anne about it, and I could see myself watching this when it comes to streaming, whenever that is. I don't know when it'll be. Sony doesn't have their own streaming service. They're the only company in existence that doesn't. They're content to just be like, you want to pay how much for the rights to stream? Okay, that's twice as much as we made in the box office, but okay. But I could see myself giving this another look at some point. So yeah, there you have it. Gran Turismo, pretty good, pretty good, and surprisingly so, perhaps. Any other thoughts on Gran Turismo for you? Ready to move on?
I did not fly solo when I saw this. Sarah enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, how'd she like it? This is a good transition point. We're going to do listeners' corner. So what did she think about Gran Turismo?
I asked her if she wanted to record a listeners' corner tonight, and she says, I kind of don't really remember it a whole lot. I said, okay. But I do remember her initial response.
Did she enjoy it in the moment, at least?
She did, yes. She enjoyed it in the moment. She thought it was a good movie. And she actually went and saw it on her sister's recommendations. She okay. I don't think she necessarily trusts my recommendations very often, but
Showed her Braca too many times.
To be fair, I told her that it's a race car movie, and that she enjoyed Ford vs Ferrari, and that she might enjoy this too. And she said okay. And then her sister went and saw it, and her sister's boyfriend's a big NASCAR fan. And I think Shannon's gotten pretty. She's into NASCAR too now. They went into a couple of races and stuff, and she enjoys it. Okay. And anyways, he thought that the video game bits, because he does driving sim. Like he's got a ridiculous setup in his house. For I can't remember what game they play. It's not Gran Turismo. It's a PC game. But he's got a ridiculous driving sim setup. Like it's like a cockpit. Nice. Yeah. And anyways, he's really into it. He says that those bits are a bit cheesy, but it was a good movie. Shannon thoroughly enjoyed the movie. Sarah enjoyed the movie, although she can't really remember it. So that's my little bit of listener's corner and final thoughts on Gran Turismo.
I guess I will agree. Some of like the video game overlay bits, as a kind of like transition back and forth, was a little bit like, okay, all right, this is a video game movie.
Like they pinged the car to let you know, and it felt like video gamey, and I was like, okay, that's okay. But there's one part where it was like very dramatic. I think it was in Le Mans. And the car kind of exploded into 1,000 pieces, and then it put it back into the room. It's like, man, you really ruined a dramatic moment. You could have done anything that. Else.
Like, we get it. We get it that he's here because he was good at the video game in the first place. I agree. It took it too far at a certain point. Yeah.
And that's the part that I hammer home that I did not like those video gamey bits, is because it took the climax of the film.
It was a little overwrought.
Yes. So, anyways, that's it.
Anyways,
what do we got?
We have one email from Mr. Bruce Brown, who sent it over a month ago, in fact. Secret Invasion. He sent his thoughts on Secret Invasion.
I call Mr. Brown not really enjoying Secret Invasion.
You'd be wrong. You would be wrong.
Really?
He said he thought it was well done, good storyline, captured your interest, and overall very good.
Wow.
Perhaps a little projection from you. Is that what's going on here? Why don't we take this opportunity and have a little sidebar conversation? We put it off in the Barbenheimer. Let's talk about Secret Invasion. We're not doing an episode on it. It came out. It's been done for like a month and a half, 2 months, however long it's been at this point.
Good sidebar. I like it.
Let's just have a quick little talk about it. I guess I will say full spoilers for Secret Invasion for anyone that cares. I don't know if we really need to get into some of the hyper specifics of it, but I'm just throwing that out as a fair warning. What did you think about Secret Invasion? Would you agree with Mr. Bruce Brown's assessment?
For maybe 2 episodes.
I guess we kind of checked in as we were watching, and I feel like both of us were like, "This is solid."
Yeah, I feel like episode 4 and 5. There's only like 6 or 8, right?
It was 6.
There were 6. Okay, so episodes. I feel like episodes 4 and 5 were pretty good, or maybe episodes 3 and 4. I can't remember. There were 2 episodes that got me pumped. Like, I'm ready to see what happens next.
Yeah.
And I will say that I enjoyed the performances of one Daenerys Targaryen. Yes.
Yeah. Emilia Clarke.
And one. I don't know his name. What's his name? I know his name, but I can't think of his name.
Samuel L. Jackson.
Well, of course, him. What's the other one?
Ben Mendelsohn.
Yes, I like Ben Mendelsohn. I think Ben Mendelsohn is great. Thoroughly enjoyed his performance. I also enjoyed the guy that was in Barbie. He was pretty good too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the villain. Graphic.
I think largely, I think the performances were okay.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I think that the first couple of episodes were like a little meandering. Like, it took me a couple little bits to get into it.
Where is this going? You have 6 episodes. Maybe step on it at some point.
Yeah, right. But it's an espionage show, and sometimes espionage things are like
slow burn.
A little slow.
Could be a slow burn.
Exactly. Sometimes they pop off right at the end, but when this one
sometimes they don't, or they do, but not in the satisfying way. Perhaps I don't know.
Yeah, this one really popped off in like a really DC kind of like.
Are you talking about the Super Skrull battle? Is that kind
Super
of coming
Scroll battle
to
was
mind?
largely very shit. It was very bad. I didn't like that at all.
That looked if we're gonna again continue visual effects comparisons,
That was
probably
flashy.
looked the closest to the Flash. Which,
was
to be fair,
flashy.
it was a TV show, so it almost gets more of a pass. But it didn't look good either. That was. I felt like the finale. I guess I felt like the show in general was generally solid to good. Never amazing, but
thought it was
anchored by some
serviceable,
good
yeah.
performances.
Right,
Serviceable,
exactly.
not Disney Plus. Not the best Marvel Disney Plus show by
It's
any
not
stretch of the imagination.
Loki. It's not Loki.
Certainly not Loki. Certainly not most of them, honestly. But it was like Falcon and Winter Soldier tier, where it's just like,
Yeah.
this is fine. This is inoffensive. It's fine. It's not really moving the needle in any significant direction. But you're getting some extra character work for Fury, for Talos, and you're getting a couple new characters kind of thrown in that you maybe we'll see in the future of the MCU.
Yeah.
But I kind of felt like the finale kind of squandered a lot of the potential, and there was a lot of potential. I think that's maybe something.
It's
I'll
like
talk
if you're
about in
playing a
second,
trumpet and then you're playing a trumpet and there's one last note to hit to hold out, but instead of hitting, you hit like you just fucking flattened it out and just kind of like,
Yeah.
oh god, oh what happened? Did not stick it.
Yeah, it just didn't. I don't know. Like it kind of just
Surprised your
kind
dad
of felt
liked
like
it.
nothing at a certain by the end where it was just like I guess that's
Okay.
that. Like it felt like the episodes got shorter the longer the season went, and like runtime is not the end all be
Indicative
all
of
of like what things are, but it kind of felt like they ran out of story material, and it's just like we'll do some big punchies, and she's got a Drax arm, and he's got. They both have Captain Marvel powers. They're both the most powerful beings in the Marvel universe now. For some reason, and like Fury is just like there's nothing I can do except for power up the villain, hope that he falls for this trap that has been laid by Gaia, and it's like, huh, what? Like this is your solution? I don't know. It felt so contrived to just getting
I'm
to
not
this
going to
point
call
of having
anybody. It's my problem.
a big smashy battle, and it's just like I guess, but I don't know. I don't know. It just felt kind of underbaked, I think, by the end, where it was just I don't know, didn't pay off. Didn't pay off. It kind of felt like they just killed off a bunch of characters, and that was that. Like, and like the big question marks that it set up felt like they were still unresolved. Like, oh shit, Rhodey's a Skrull. How long's he been a Skrull? Good question. Find out sometime in the future, and it's like, okay. So did the real Rhodey miss Tony Stark's death? Like, okay, that seems like that's a big deal. If he did he just get swapped between this and like, in the past 2 years, and it's like no big deal. Like, same thing, like Martin Freeman's character got swooped up at some point, but like, again, was that after the Black Panthers? Was it before? Has he been a Skrull the whole time? And it just, I don't know. To me, I guess just to get my mini rant out of the way, Secret Invasion could have been a phase in and of itself for the MCU, right? It could have been this whole thing of you don't know who is actually who they say they are. And it felt like it took that idea and did nothing with it. Other than making Rhodey a Skrull, when it's just like, if you were going to think about the safest fucking choice to just be like, gotcha, they were a Skrull the whole time, and it's like, yeah, I mean, everyone fucking predicted to be Rhodey before the show even started. It's like, congratulations, you've accomplished nothing. I just think that there's so much political intrigue and like, just tension that could have been built into this idea that like, you can't trust anyone. And like for someone like Nick Fury, who like that's his whole MO anyway, I don't know, like there's a really cool, interesting espionage thriller out of that concept, even if you just stuck it within the 6 episodes, and it just didn't feel like it lived up to the potential of what it should have been. And I think that, to me, I think the show itself, even with the kind of, lackluster finale, it just didn't do enough to justify its own existence. It just kind of felt like, to me, I mean, we know Nick Fury is going to be in the Marvels, which comes out later this year, and it's like, you could fully skip Secret Invasion, and I am willing to bet that you will have, like your knowledge of the character is no richer for having watched Secret Invasion than for the people that just completely bypassed the show and decided to spend their 6 hours doing literally anything else with their life. You know what I mean? And in a way that I think the Disney Plus shows haven't had. I mean, I feel like even the shows that obviously have been picking up the torch with their old characters have given you some meat to the bones. Like even Falcon and Winter Soldier, which I think is probably one of the weaker entries overall, still felt like it did some really strong character work for Sam Wilson and a little bit for Bucky as well. And then you got John Walker set up and felt like, all right, you know, we're going to see him in like a Thunderbolts and like he's an interesting kind of shitty version of Captain America. You know, I don't like him, but I think he's an interesting anti-hero sort of character. This like Gaia is Captain Marvel, but better. And it's like, okay, so she's just like got world breaking powers, that sort of thing. And it's like, I mean, okay, but what are you going to do with that? Like, is she just going to be on the sidelines for 5 years until they figure out a way to integrate her? I don't know. And I don't know. I guess I'm just disappointed. I feel like there was just such an interesting way to do this, you know, especially I think in retrospect, given the whole Jonathan Majors Kang drama that we talked about a little bit. Yeah. It's like, I don't know, having a whole phase that wasn't setting up Kang as your major threat and was really just about the intrigue of, can you trust anyone in the Avengers? Can you trust anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D.? I mean, obviously we had shades of that with the Hydra stuff, but like, there's a way to do that on a grander scale with a fucking alien invasion. Like something that should be a huge deal is, you know, millions of aliens living amongst us and like the world fucking losing their mind over that. And it's kind of relegated to a dinky little show, you know, and it's resolved within the show. And I don't know that it's really going to have repercussions beyond. Maybe I'll be wrong, but it just kind of, I don't know, just didn't really pay off the premise. So I didn't hate my time with it. I just can confidently say it's probably the weakest of the Disney Plus shows for me, and I very, very likely will never watch it again in my life, which I'm usually pretty good about watching MCU stuff, you know, over and over and over again, but not even some of the lesser tiered stuff, but I just don't think this did enough from any standpoint. You know, it's just like, well, Hill's dead, Talos is dead, I feel like other people died too, you know, and it's just like, I don't know, it's just kind of a depressing existence overall. Like, I don't know, just to do it for me. So anyway, that's my mini rant. I'll let you finish up any thoughts you have. Sorry to kind of take over.
No other rants. I don't have the association that you do with you know, Secret Invasion. I do think that it could have been something. I mean, it could have been Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
There's like a really cool way to do it, and this wasn't it.
I mean, it didn't.
In the way that Gran Turismo could have been a Fast and Furious movie, but decided not to be. Secret Invasion is kind of the same thing. Like it could have been something really cool, or I guess I should say they kind of did the Fast and Furious version of it, of just doing like kind of the worst possible version of what it is instead of like actually doing something interesting with it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't have anything else on that one.
Anyway, Bruce liked it, so maybe you will too. It's on Disney Plus. You can check it out if you want. Spoiled a little bit of it, but mostly out of context spoilers if you haven't watched the damn thing. Olivia Colman was very good. I felt like she was underused as well, though. I really enjoyed her, though, and I kind of felt like, I don't know, some good aspects that were underutilized. I don't know. Anyway, and like my last thing, the Skrulls can look like anyone, yet always look like the same fucking person.
It doesn't make any sense, right?
I get the FX limitations, and I get, you know, like you want Emilia Clarke to always look like Emilia Clarke because you're paying the big bucks for a reason. But it felt silly at a certain point where it was actively taking away from investing into the premise. You know what I mean? Like, where it just feels like, if you're not going to do this right in a way that actually logistically then makes sense for how these characters work, then like, yeah, like, you know, and like, why does Talos just look like Nick Fury's like old boss now? Like, is it because Nick Fury is like, and I don't like you if you look like someone else. You have to look like actually Ben Mendelsohn. And again, I get it. It's because you're paying Ben Mendelsohn a few $1 million and he doesn't want to be in the Skrull makeup all the time. But I don't know. It's a little silly. Not a good in-universe reason for it. Let's put it that way. At least She-Hulk had the good sense in the finale to be like, no, turn back into Jen Walters. We don't have the budget to pay for you to look like, you know, a janky version of She-Hulk still. So anyway, I those are actually my final thoughts on Secret Invasion. Let me ask you, what else have you been up to? I mean, this past month-ish, roughly, since we've had an opportunity to catch up a little bit.
So we'll start with Rocket League. It's a nice, easy thing.
Okay. Back in it.
Both. Used to be
Many
pretty
an
heavy
hour.
into the Rocket League. Yeah.
Many hundreds of hours, I would guess.
I recently, before Baldur's Gate 3 came out, I recently revisited the Rocket League. They've added a whole lot of awesome features. I downloaded it on the PlayStation 5, and it wasn't on my PlayStation 5, and I played it. And this is what I got COVID again, by the way. I don't know if we talked about that. But I caught COVID again, and that sucked.
I don't know if we did.
That was
I think maybe we did. I don't know. It was a while ago.
I don't know. It was 3 days really bad. And now that we're kind of like in a time where everybody has vaccines and stuff, I think you only have to like be gone like 5 days or something. I can't remember, but and it's been a couple weeks now, I think. But anyways, downloaded Rocket League and I played it, and I kicked a lot of ass. It felt very, very good.
Nice.
There was a point where, I tried to go out there, and then you go to try out there to play point, and you're like trying to score, and then the opposite team hits the ball, and you realize that the guy that is on your team is like on your ass the whole time, like the same spot you are. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing, dude? Like, you want to go out there? Go ahead and go out there. And so eventually that was the mindset that I took. It's like, I'm just not going to go out there. Why would I go out there? If he's going to try to do it, then let him try to do it, because nobody's going to guard our shit. So anyways, I entered they have a new thing now where you can enter like bracketed competitions.
Okay.
And I fucking won a tournament, dude.
Nice.
Like GT style. Yeah. Nobody's offering to like put me in a rocket powered car that can play soccer, but yeah.
I mean, you'd probably say yes if you were offered, though, right?
I definitely 100. Yeah, fuck yeah, I would. Anyways, yeah. So I won a tournament with some rando who was he's like a dog chasing a tiger. He just wanted to chase the ball the whole time. But I played good enough defense to like just stick in I'm just gonna fucking sit
play
here
goalie.
and I'm just gonna play goalie. Yeah, exactly. If he's right up on the goal, I'll cheat up to like 3/4 field and boost up if I need to. But I guess it's the patience in a 32-year-old playing Rocket League is I'll just fucking sit back here and drink beer while you chase the ball like a fucking dog. And that's what I did. I won a fucking tournament. It felt great.
I guess it was a good duo. It worked out okay.
Yeah. Anyways, so I did Rocket League. College football started last weekend. Not last weekend. I think the weekend before.
I think there have been a couple games for most teams at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was fun. And over that weekend, it was Memorial or Labor
Day
weekend.
Labor
Day weekend.
Yeah.
I actually had that weekend off, which was really nice. I was really looking forward to it. Baby B had been a little stuffy before.
Yeah. You mentioned that he wasn't doing so hot.
Yeah. And that Friday, he was over at Grandma's, and Baby B had developed a cough that sounded like a barking seal. Something like that. But he had been stuffy, and so it's like, holy shit, that does not sound good. Cough is one thing for me. Like, you at a certain point, you kind of like, I feel like unless you like go to the doctor for everything, which I'm not like go to the doctor for everything kind of wired. I'm not wired that way. My mom's from West Virginia. It's like just fucking put a Band-Aid on it, which
put a
probably
Band-Aid over
isn't,
your mouth, you'll stop coughing.
which isn't probably in it good. But the fever is what scared me.
Yeah. So he was
Fever's
coughing, and then he was having a fever as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And cough is one thing, but you can't. And like you can listen to his little lungs, like you can pick them up and like listen to him. Okay, there's not like a bunch of fluid and stuff in there. You can hear that. I'm not terribly concerned about the cough. He's also breathing okay, right? Like it's not like he's fighting for a breath.
Yeah.
But what scared me was the fever, and you can't give him but Tylenol for a fever. He's just a little baby. So anyways, over college football weekend, he did not sleep particularly well, and he had developed a virus of some sort. They didn't test him for every virus. They tested him for a virus that started with an R. I think it's RSV, I think is the acronym for it. Everything's an acronym. Anyways, it came back negative, and they gave him some steroids, and apparently that barking cough is caused by his little airways are just so small that when he coughs, that's the way it sounds because his airways are small, and they're inflamed. And that inflammation can be caused by like postnasal. It can be caused by a bunch of different things, right? But once those airways are clogged, they sound that way when he coughs. So they gave him some steroids, and it opened him back up, and he could breathe. And he's still kind of snotty. Like I feel like we're just not going to escape the snot. It's allergy season. I'm prone to allergies, and he's in daycare too, so he's going to be sick.
Yeah,
which is kind of like the whole point.
Inevitable.
Right? It's like it's the whole point, right? So
if he gets all the sick shit, then he inoculate him against the sicknesses and such.
It's kind of the point. It doesn't make it fun while you're in the middle of it, but that's it's the sacrifices that you make.
You did it yourself. You got your hard-earned natural COVID immunity for a little while.
Yeah, right.
Had to punch your ticket the hard way.
That's it. So he had his first virus, which we don't know what it was, but being a couple weeks out of it, his cough is pretty much gone. He's still kind of snotty, but we can suck that out. They make this thing that like you have to like stick in his nose, and then you suck on it, and it sucks the fucking snot out of his skull. And it's
that sounds lovely.
Yeah, he hates it. But it's funny though because he goes from like he can't like breathe real good because he's all snotty and shit, and then you suck it out, and then he's left. He goes like this. He goes, and then he smiles, and it's adorable. It's so fucking
immense
cute.
Relief. He's mad in the moment, but then there's relief.
Once you get it out, it's fucking awesome. Anyways, that's baby talk. I started Ahsoka.
Yeah. We're halfway over-ish, something like that. Maybe a little longer.
I did not watch Tuesday's episode.
Okay.
I've been having house issues. We can talk about that too in the catching up section. But so we're several episodes in, and this show competes very much with Mandalorian.
All right.
Kind of like in a different way, right? In the way that the things that make Mandalorian appealing, Ahsoka kind of gravitates to the other things that make Star Wars appealing.
Okay.
And it's very cool. It's incredibly well done. It's so good. I haven't
watched any, and I'll explain why when we get to my little bit. But I like to think that I'll catch up in time and we'll cover it. This is my feeling on it. I feel like I'm seeing a lot of internet response. It feels like, certainly from what you're saying as well, that would be worthwhile to watch and cover. Absolutely.
Ahsoka needs its own episode. I will say, if you're not on the Ahsoka train for one reason or another, you need to get on the Ahsoka train.
Hop on board.
I do think that it's it leans. It's interesting that they would pursue a character like Ahsoka in the way that they're pursuing the story. Being so heavily staked in an animated series from Disney XD. And the characters that were in that series, I guess they have enough data that informs them that this series was watched enough and the characters are prevalent enough to pursue the story in this way. But I do feel that if you don't know the characters here, dude, you'll
be a little lost.
You'd be a little lost. Which is surprising. I mean, don't get me wrong, as a fan, it's gratifying, but as
compared to The Mandalorian, which was an original character made for that show, and obviously the show has gotten fan servicey as it went on, but for that first season when it started was very much, you can just jump in cold, no real prior knowledge, and still be able to enjoy it, fully grasp it all.
I don't think that you have that here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I mean, fair enough. You mean you're talking about
maybe you do
I mean, for people that haven't watched Clone Wars or Rebels, your exposure to Ahsoka is like what, one episode in Mandalorian? You know, so it's like
yeah.
I mean, she's maybe made like 2 appearances in the live action stuff, which is to say you're missing out on an entire 10 seasons worth of animated stuff that she had major roles in. So. Not that she's in all of Rebels, to be fair, but...
So, I mean, I guess maybe I take for granted about how many people are exposed to the animated stuff. But either way...
Yeah. You
show.
Yourself
the things
are very much
make,
invested, so...
Yes, the things that make... it's cool that you can have 2 awesome shows that kind of like provide the... Almost like a Venn diagram of what makes Star Wars, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like... and it's interesting. It's like a study on what is Star Wars and what do you like about it. Because like I said, the Mando is one thing and Ahsoka is totally another thing. But Ahsoka's fucking good, dude. It's really good. The characters that they bring to light in the show, the original characters are very compelling. And it's incredibly well made. I'm very upset that Baby is going through sleep regression and that my AC was broken the past couple of days because I caught up on Sunday and I've been very excited about Tuesday. And today is Wednesday and I still have not seen it. But that's such as like my life right now. So it's whatever. I also caught a movie called The Last Voyage of the Demeter.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we talked about the trailer when it came out. Little Dracula on a boat action.
Yeah, said it could be shit or it could be really cool.
Yeah, where did it land?
It was really shitty.
Okay. I feel like you checked in partway through the movie and you were, I feel like, not negative at that point. So I'm wondering if that's accurate or does it take a turn or is it just, once you had the opportunity to just kind of take it all and you're like, nah, no, that really wasn't it.
Yeah, it just gets stupid. Like it's like they do the Dracula thing, like with the journals of the captain, blah 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 blah. Today is June 1st, and here we are, blah blah blah. And then I don't know, like I can't quite think of a comparison. It just wasn't very good. I just didn't enjoy it a lot,
we can't say we didn't expect that would be a possibility.
I felt like the characters were underdeveloped. Dracula was largely just like a kind of like a mindless beast. Like there was no development of the villain, and they didn't even they kind of played in the angle of like the villain is like people scared of uncertainty, which or the unknown. People scared of the unknown can be villains, like they do rash shit. Okay. But they didn't even really lean into that hard enough. You know what I mean? So it was just
didn't do anything particularly well, perhaps.
Exactly. Sarah, in really surprising news, Sarah has proposed a Halloween schedule for viewing movies.
Oh, okay.
So Halloween season's about to get real spooky. She would like to put on a calendar movies that we watch, throughout the week. Maybe enter in a TV show scattered with movies that are spooky and Halloween themed. And I could not be more excited. Our Halloween season our October is going to be filled with like 30 days to Halloween. I told her that for television shows and stuff, it could just be like a murder mystery or like, something tinged with suspense or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then the movies we can sprinkle in. She has some movies that she wants to watch. I certainly have movies that I like to watch. And, so we're going to have a Halloween schedule. The last thing is Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. I've been pumped about this game.
Best for last, maybe. I don't know.
Very, 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 very long time. I thought maybe because I can't find anybody to play D&D with me, I thought maybe I could get a couple of my friends to download this game, which is based on D&D. I thought I could get a couple of friends to download this game and play what is essentially D&D with me. Mm-hmm. But everybody's too busy doing their own shit and stuff, and it's just like adult life.
Speaking for myself, I'm too busy playing Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know if I can justify the $70, sort of thing.
I can tell you that by myself, I have.
Maybe you can convince me.
I have 20 hours invested in Baldur's Gate 3. I have that. You can pretty much do anything you want in Baldur's Gate 3. Like, it's pretty ridiculous how flexible the software is. Like, what you want to roll against, what you want to do. Like, just if you can think it, you can pretty much do it. Pretty much. The stories are incredible. The characters are incredible. The voice acting is incredible. Just like in ways that I haven't seen in a video game, the attention to detail and the attention to each individual character is astounding. I'm like 20 hours in, and I felt like I haven't done hardly anything at all. And it's I don't know, it's really, I mean, it's cool to play by yourself. It'd be very cool to play with friends, but the character design is cool. I've made a paladin who is he's a tiefling, so he's like a demon. And he has like these, he's got like these tattoos on his face. He's real dark and he's got demonic eyes, but his horns are cut off. I cut his horns off, and he's got like these glyphs on his face. And he's a paladin who's sworn to like the most brutal, like I think it's like Oath of Vengeance is what they call it, like the subclass. But it's like he's just a really brutal paladin. If you're doing bad shit, he smacks you down. Like, which in other words, he's probably I'm probably gonna enter in a fucking fight with you. And I got this sword which has got glyphs on the side of it. They were hunting this person, and they weren't. And I said, "You're not. Fuck no, you don't do that. It's not right. It's not morally right." And I fucking cut him down, and now I have the Sword of Vengeance, which is cool. And I have a cape. It's cool too.
All right. Yeah.
Anyways, it's fucking cool. It's like D&D shit, but it's a video game. Sarah hates it. Nobody wants to play with me. And I've got fucking 20 hours in it. And I can't talk to anybody about it.
I bet Baby B likes it.
Baby B actually isn't a tremendous fan. He really likes Rocket League because it's like kinetic and it's bouncy and there's techno music. There's like somebody in the background of Baldur's Gate going, oh, and like I'm reading things for like 5 hours.
Yeah,
he's not a fan. Anyways,
one day maybe.
Gates 3. I really enjoy it.
Just raise him as your mini me, and when he's old enough, then he can play with you. When Baldur's Gate 5
Baldur's
comes
Gate
out.
3, I'll fucking play with you.
Probably 5 by that point. Yeah. Anyway.
Hit us up in the listeners' corner. I'm looking for friends to play with because I have no friends that want to play with.
Yeah, Andrew has no friends. Yeah, that's true. Everyone hates him. Everyone hates Baldur's Gate.
Nobody wants to play D&D or Baldur's Gate 3 with me.
That's right.
So, anyways, that's all the things I've been up to. What have you been up to?
I am gonna run down my list of things to catch up on, which is not that terrible. Only one movie beyond the two that we've already spoken about today, and it's one that has come up time and time again. And there's a reason I keep bringing it up, and I did it. I watched The Flash since it's now on Max. And
are your impressions the same as mine? Did I give you my impressions?
You did briefly. Why don't you refresh my memory and let me know how you felt about it? I feel like you kind of watched it in segments, and I feel like your impressions got a little bit more positive the more you spent time with it.
So it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Sure.
But the bar was set in the below the earth.
So yeah, okay.
Okay.
I was saying the toilet, but it's in the plumbing. It's in the pipes, not the toilet.
Exactly. And then when I started the movie, it went fucking further. Like it reached it reached city plumbing at that point, right? So if we're starting in the house at the TV,
went down to the core of the earth.
Yeah, like they just went way fucking down. And then it got, I feel like it got better. It felt like it didn't get, the effects, like man.
Oh, it looks like dog shit throughout, for sure.
Throughout, it looks fucking terrible. It looks worse than Baldur's Gate. It looks worse than it looks worse than a lot of things. It looks fucking terrible. How this movie took so long to make and looks how it looks is astounding.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's very, very, very bad. The Batman shit was kind of fun. I'd be lying if I to say I didn't enjoy that. But I think that's kind of like the only bit that I really enjoyed. I thought that this movie was I thought it was a dog shit movie.
Yeah.
It could have been a horse shit movie. It wasn't quite horse shit. I think it was just dog shit. Is kind of how I would describe it.
Horse shit's a bigger pile. Is that maybe the idea of why it's
that's
worse?
the idea there. Yeah. It's a more sizable pile of shit.
Then I think I will agree. I do think this is a dog shit film, but maybe it's not a horse shit film, perhaps. Maybe that's a way of looking at it. I definitely agree in the sense of it starts real bad, and then it kind of stabilizes at like a respectable level of bad. Not, never, and to me, never got good. It just got less bad, I think, overall.
Yeah, it's like if you hit that low note, like it's way down here, like it's in the earth. And then it kind of just it doesn't take a whole lot to get below in the earth, you know what I mean? You could be at like soil level at that point. You could still be shitty and not be good. Yeah. But nothing's worse than running around the hospital saving babies.
Yeah, that all the stuff with the Ben Affleck Batman and Wonder Woman all just felt so. I don't even know how to put it. Was like just cringe, just like bad, cringeworthy. I don't know, and it all looked bad still then too, particularly the baby stuff. But I don't know, it just felt like a bad cartoon, kind of version of things. And like by the time it gets to like the thrust of what the movie is, traveling back in time to save his mom, resulting in fucking up the future kind of sort of thing, like that's all well and good. I mean, I think the story itself is fine. I think for me, the bit, like, to me, the fatal flaw of this movie is like something that it almost couldn't help other than like doing a very different version of the movie. Like Ezra Miller just sucks. I think they're a bad fit for Barry Allen. And I don't think that I think they'd probably be fine. I think they're fine playing a weirdo. And they kind of play Barry Allen as like a weirdo, which I feel like is not really like the right.
Isn't he supposed to be like charismatic and funny? Like a charismatic funny guy?
Yeah.
Good looking, charismatic,
and not just like a total goofer, not like a total goofball. You know what I mean? And the way that they play Barry is just a total goofer. It's a mashup of goofball and goober. A goofer.
I like it, goofer.
And so the movie's fatal flaw is not only having one Ezra Miller, but then having an even more annoying version of Ezra Miller. And there's commentary throughout the film like, is that how I am to everyone else? And it's like, but yeah. And we don't, now we have two, now there are two of them. And it's like, this is miserable to watch. It's really not fun. They're not funny, to watch. It's just painful watching them have this banter back and forth. And, it's really fascinating to me. And this dovetails into the effects stuff. They did a lot of the face replacement stuff because they had like a body double for Ezra for when there were scenes shared between the two Barrys. And sometimes the face replacement stuff looked like the worst Snapchat filter I've seen in my fucking life. And it's like, how does this make it in? How does this make it in? I mean, obviously the bigger separate thing is the Chronobolt crap, which, is where the different alternate versions we see at the end.
That was the worst. Oh, my goodness.
That was just
real
bullshit
bad.
fan service crap. But the visual design for the Chronobolt, the director said at the time that it came out, like, well, it's intentionally supposed to look kind of digital. And it's like, Yeah, but why did you guys settle on making it all look like a PS3 cutscene? Like, why was that the decision that was made? And to me, the only thing that I can think of is they knew that they couldn't create it with the right amount of fidelity, so they intentionally went with a worse level of fidelity. And it's just, so then you get your Nicolas Cage showing up looking like a fucking PS3 cutscene with long hair, and you get these awful recreations of other dead people that have played characters in the past, and it's just like, ugh, this is real ugly and real bad. And it's like, and it's even showing you moments like, you have like the barista who's taking forever, who gets recreated in this PS3 cutscene style, and I'm like, why on earth would anyone greenlight this thinking this was an okay idea? I don't care if it looks not as good as it should, like some wonky CG. Even if this is intentionally bad,
it looks so
that's
bad.
That's a bad decision. It's so bad that it's actually taking away from your film because it's so distractingly shitty. It's so distractingly shitty is like the biggest problem with it. But, the rest of it is just kind of whatever. I felt like obviously a big focus of the marketing was like Michael Keaton is back and we're getting the Supergirl, this iteration of Supergirl. And I kind of felt like they were in the movie for about 5 minutes. And I think obviously they marketed it that way because they couldn't market it as a Flash movie starring Ezra Miller because they're a very problematic person. And so, I think in terms of like the hand the marketing team was dealt, man, this movie not only sucks ass and we have to figure out how to sell this movie and make it appeal to people. We have to do it while still calling it The Flash, but basically pretending this movie is not actually about the Flash, when it very much is not only about one Flash, but two, arguably three, given the true villain of the movie. It's
monster Flash.
Yeah. Anyway, I did think it was dog shit. Like I spent enough time watching it that I didn't have to quit at any point. I think I did watch it in 2 chunks. To be fair,
you have to. It's that shitty.
But it's not like Hellboy, Wrinkle in Time level of that. Those are maybe the horse shit. This is not quite there. There's still enough that's like fun. Like, yes, seeing Michael Keaton like be Batman is like mildly entertaining, but it's not enough to make a movie out of it. You know what I mean? So, anyway, I'm glad that I waited.
Movie.
I'm glad that I waited for streaming. I can confidently say I'll never watch it again. And I am glad that this version of The Flash I sincerely hope will be left behind, especially given that the way that the movie ends feels like he's stuck in an alternate universe for his own version of the character. Like for that version of Barry, it feels like now he's in some weird hodgepodge thing where he still messed with the tomato cans in the past, so it sort of had some sort of butterfly effect of who is Batman. I don't know. I'm not sad to see this version of DC be left behind. Blue Beetle is the future, and keep it that way. Give us fun movies that are actually fun. It still has the dour Snyder aesthetic, while obviously having a lot of like bringing in the events of Man of Steel and stuff like that. But it's like, I'm just ready to be done with it. I don't know why. I think I just subjected myself to the movie out of morbid curiosity, and I'm not going to say it was a mistake necessarily, but I can confidently say
the movie's dog shit.
You don't need to spend your time doing it. You really don't. Even just to sate the curiosity, I'm not sure that it's worth it from that standpoint either. So I did it so that you didn't have to, and I did it because I'm a big old dummy who didn't listen to Andrew. So now you have 2 people saying, nah, not worth it. Anyway, on the TV side of things, I've started watching a Netflix series called The Crown, which is about the British royal family, about Queen Elizabeth and the beginning of her reign. And I think there's a forthcoming 6th season coming out in November. And the way the show is kind of broken up is there's eras where they recast the whole family so that they can age them up like 20, 30 years at any given time. So I'm still in the first season. I think I've watched 7 or 8 episodes. I'm almost done. I think it's 10 apiece for each season. And it's very, very good. It's a very, very good show, at least this first season. Claire Foy plays the queen. She's fantastic. actually really good, really fantastic cast overall. Jared Harris plays her father, who is the king before he dies, and obviously she succeeds him. Vanessa Kirby plays Princess Margaret, who's the queen's sister, and Matt Smith plays Prince Philip, who's it's really good. The cinematography is fantastic. The acting is phenomenal. The stories, like each episode's kind of it's like a standalone thing. Oh, John Lithgow is Winston Churchill, and it's really fantastic. And I had watched I think the first 4 seasons. It's I think generally speaking historically accurate. I mean, I think the dialogue itself is obviously kind of invented for the show, but I do think it tracks, actual history fairly closely in terms of the broad strokes of this is a thing that happened, and here's kind of how these characters sort of responded, even if the exact scenes and moments of dialogue are invented for the show. But it's very, very compelling. It jumps around in time a lot, but it still does a really good job of painting the portrait of all these characters and sort of obviously what it's like to be royalty and the troubles and struggles that come along with that sort of thing. So definitely would recommend. We'll keep watching it. I think the goal is to keep plugging away so that we can be ready for the new season when it comes out, or at least, be able to roll right into it by the time we get there. So yeah, we recommend that. The reason that I have not been watching Ahsoka is because I still haven't finished Star Wars Rebels. So we did finish season 3 of it. So we are now on to the final season of Star Wars Rebels. So
you've met Thrawn.
I have met Thrawn for an entire season now.
Is that theme music?
It's pretty good.
Best.
We did a little bit of a drinking game it was like a 2-part finale of season 3, and I said anytime you hear the organs, drink, and it was we had a few drinks, we had a few sips, shall we say, because it was just like anytime I thought it was kind of a fun way that they ended that season, where it's like Thrawn, in classic Thrawn fashion, outsmarts everyone, and he ultimately gets sort of foiled, but not because of the heroes directly. He kind of there's an external force, the Bendu, who comes in,
the fucking Bendu,
and he's like, I didn't account for the Bendu, and it's like, who would, who could account for the Bendu? Like that was a thing that was outside of Thrawn's purview, and that's fair enough. But it was a cool kind of way they ended it, where it felt like, all right, the heroes got away, but they didn't really win. You know what I mean? So
yeah. And the cool thing about Thrawn, especially if you read the new books, I haven't I never read the older books, but the newer books, is Thrawn he's not fucking Palpatine. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, no.
Thrawn's not a in-your-face villain. He is a villain to our heroes, but he's a compelling villain.
All right, he's not a cackling, everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. It's everything is proceeding as I have foreseen. And it's just he's so methodical and
he's
calculated.
Definitely 120% my favorite.
Yeah, no, he's cool. He's a good villain, and I think it's really cool that obviously they were able to reintroduce him into the canon with the animated show, and then moving forward into Ahsoka, having the opportunity to bring him into the live action, I feel like has been like a realization of what a lot of fans have wanted for such a long time since those original Timothy Zahn novels came out. But I think the realization of him in Rebels is really cool. He's definitely an effective villain. And a cool presence, and I obviously will be seeing more of them in season 4. So season 4 is a little shorter. I think technically I've watched the first episode of season 4 because I believe that's what they showed at Star Wars Celebration when we went, and we went to the Rebels panel.
Oh, yeah.
So
okay.
I watched it very much out of context, so I'll certainly be rewatching it. Yeah, good show. Happy to be watching it, ready to burn through season 4 so that I can get going on Ahsoka, because I really want to start watching it. So the goal as the goal is with the Crown to get up, to the season. The goal is to have finished Rebels with enough time to binge Ahsoka in time for the finale. That's kind of the hope.
Guarantee
there's a few weeks till we can do it. So
when you arrive at Ahsoka,
I'm gonna want to keep going.
You will binge it. I guarantee it.
Okay. Yeah. Kind of how I feel about it. I've seen things on the internet. I'm like, that sounds pretty cool. It's
pretty fucking cool. Like it gets it gets me pumped. Of course, it doesn't take a lot to get me pumped, but man, good Star Wars gets me pumped really hard. So,
hey, anyways. I mean, we had Book of Boba Fett. We've seen live action Star Wars TV that hasn't been as compelling. So the fact that you're saying it is compelling does mean something, certainly. So yeah, that's it on the movie TV side of things. Everything else I'm going to talk about, I'm going to go through fairly quickly, and this is all kind of stuff in my life. You have your little baby catch up. I don't have a baby to talk about, but I have other things that I do with my life, such as going to see some live music. Saw Queens of the Stone Age pretty recently. Well, it's been a little while now. Awesome. They were great. They were touring their new album, In Times New Roman, which I recommend people should listen to, certainly if they're fans of Queens of the Stone Age. Certainly worthy addition to the discography. They put on a mean show, very tight sound, and good set list for sure. It's funny, there was a point I had a beer or two, and I was like, oh man, I really got to pee. I think I'm going to go and just I'll pick a song where I'm just like, I'll be able to hear it from the bathroom, but I don't need to see it. And I had told myself before I went to the show, and I was like, there's this one song off the new album. If they play it, it's called Straight Jacket Fitting. If they play it, then I'm going to lose my mind. I don't expect them to play it. It's like the album closer. It's like 6 minutes long. I don't think they're going to do it. And then I picked my moment. I'm like, all right, I think they're going to play like a new song from the new album, but it's like, one that I don't care that much about. So I got halfway to the bathroom, and then they're like, we're going to play a song for you. This one's called Straight Jacket Fitting. And I'm like, fuck. I ran back to my seat and just watched the show, and I just held it the rest of the way. And I'm like, because I think they did like Make It With You after that or something like that. And I'm just
man.
I got to take it all in.
Too many good songs.
Bladder be damned. I just got to watch it all. So really good show. Really enjoyed them. Definitely recommend. I think the tour might be mostly over at this point, but any future opportunity that arises, certainly check them out. I saw Fall Out Boy for the second time, actually, in the past month, which was kind of a surprising sort of thing that transpired. We saw them in New Jersey, where once upon a time you and I went across the river and watched Kendrick Lamar.
Do you remember me?
Exactly. We went over to Camden, but they played this. It was FanDuel Fan Fest. So FanDuel's the sports betting website. They had some sort of thing set up for Philly sports fans, like Eagles and Phillies and Flyers shit that you could kind of go check out. And then there were live performances that were part of it. And to get a ticket into it, you had to like bet a certain amount or whatever. So we did what we needed to do. And Fall Out Boy played an hour-long set at like 4:30 in the afternoon on a Saturday, so it was fucking hot as shit. But we got really close, which was awesome. We had lawn seats for the Camden show, and then we got right up into the thick of it for this one. So it was a shorter set, a little bit more not Fall Out Boy fan friendly. Like people would just know their radio stuff. But it was kind of fun, unexpected show that we went to, and it was nice to see them up and close. I don't know that I'm going to say that I'm a big Fall Out Boy fan, but I've definitely turned a corner from my former self where I didn't like him at one point, and now I'm like, you know what? There is some good stuff in the catalog. I don't like everything, but there is some stuff, and I think the new album for the most part is actually pretty good too. So we're seeing them again in March. We just bought tickets to go we got floor seats to see them in March because they're playing in Albany. So we'll see it when we on like a weekend. So it'll be 3 Fall Out Boy shows for Anna and I in like a 6-month span or something like that, roughly.
Hey, so that's cool. You're going to go to Albany to see them?
Yeah, we're going to go up there. So
that sounds cool.
So it'll be cool, and they're playing with Jimmy Eat World then too, which is cool. They were playing with
there we go.
Bring Me the Horizon, the Camden show, and we completely missed Bring Me the Horizon. But like Jimmy Eat World, I'm like, you know what? I like Jimmy Eat World. I've never seen them play. I don't know if I would
They're
ever
still playing.
watch them outside
Wow.
of a theater or a festival environment, this feels like a good opportunity to have a nice like 1-2 punch of Jimmy Eat World and
I
Fall
like
Out Boy.
Jimmy Eat
So
World.
yeah, so I'm excited about that. Last but not least, things I feel like happened a long ass time ago, but we haven't actually talked about it on air. I went down to Florida.
Yeah, you did
for my birthday,
You went to dinner.
which was like a month ago. To be fair,
Man.
I spent some time with my parents, but I spent some time with Andrew and Sarah, and wouldn't you know it, little baby B. I got to meet baby B in person. I shook his hand. Actually, I don't know if I did, but I held him. I did hold him
at some point.
So he's a very, very cute little boy. I can say that. I could personally testify about that now. And he was. I don't have a lot of experience with babies, to be fair, but he was exceptionally well behaved when we were down there. Very attentive to. Oh shit, Matilda! He put the Matilda Netflix thing on, and dude, he was just enraptured by it, loving it, absolutely eating it up. But he was really good, and it was just nice to be down there to see all of you, I should say, not just him,
nice
but
to see you guys, man.
But we had a nice dinner. We played a lot of Trivial Pursuit for like 5 hours for some reason.
Yeah, we did. Did some Zillow.
Did some Zillow hunts. Yep. Some house hunting and all that. That was fun. It was nice and
very chill.
Nice birthday brunch as well. Yeah, it was awesome. It was really nice to get some time down there. We just flew down for the weekend and had like 2 days in Ocala with my parents and brothers who were there as well. And then we spent most of Saturday, I feel like, with you guys. Or by the time we got there, we had a total wine detour when we saw your parents there, which was fun.
Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning, you know.
Yeah, yep. So that was really nice, really fun. And then last but not least, we took a little trip to Vermont, which was our last days of summer Vermont trip, and that was nice. We got a little bit of beach time in. It was like. It warmed up to like 90 degrees on the Sunday that we were there, which was really nice. Just I think it very well may be our last Vermont trip for the year. We usually do a fall trip, but I think because of some weddings and stuff that we have coming up, we may not have the time to be able to do it. So we were kind of treated as our last hurrah up there, which was fun. And in that spirit, I brought back a heady topper beer, which is what I just finished up drinking as we were finishing this little bit of the episode. So, it's always lovely up there. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. Go visit Vermont if you've never been. Certainly worthwhile. I'll be up in Maine pretty soon, actually. My first time in Maine for a wedding. So I'm kind of looking forward to that, you know. Check another one off the list of all states to visit in the country and all that. Go. So,
yeah.
I think that's everything. I think hopefully we'll record sooner than a few weeks. So we'll have, a shorter span of time for our next catching up section. I feel like it was I'm really going back to the well. This is a Florida trip that I took almost a month ago. So, but anyway, there it is.
We did make some good rules to prevent Anna from winning, I think. I think Anna was winning.
That's true. I think we were trying to topple her because she's too good at it. She's too good at these sorts of things.
God, crushed it.
Anyway. All right, let me wrap this up. Thank you all for listening. If you enjoyed what you heard, please spread the word. That's right. You've had back-to-back double feature episodes of sizable length. And I don't think this will be the norm is kind of my point that I was just making.
Girthy episodes.
But sometimes this is just how things work out. And so here we are. We had a couple movies that we felt were worth talking about, and I think we spent some time doing it, but I think it was worth it. It was worthwhile. So yeah. Patreon.com/watchreviewrepeat is our Patreon website. We talked about it obviously at the beginning of the episode. To reiterate some of the finer points, if you go to the website, spend $2 a month, you can get early access to all of our regular episodes, but you can also get timed exclusive access to our bonus episodes that we're working on. So we talked about Troy, currently up on our Patreon. We are going to be recording an episode on Gladiator sooner than you might expect. And so that I would say is almost certainly going to be up on the Patreon feed by the time this episode is out on the regular feed. So 2 bonus episodes. If you're listening to this, the day or the day after this episode comes out on the regular feed, 2 bonus episodes sitting for you on the Patreon.
For $2.
Troy and Gladiator for $2. That's $1 an episode for anyone doing the
Epics.
math.
We're doing a thing on Epics, man.
We're doing a thing on Epics. We're doing a thing on Epics, and so Troy and Gladiator are kind of the first 2 in only a series. There will be more to come, I think, is the hope, certainly. So there's more to expect, from the Patreon. So we're really, I think, delivering a lot of value on the Patreon. So again, patreon.com/watchreviewrepeat. It's a place to be because there's a lot of stuff happening on it. And that's admittedly has not been true for a little while, but I think we're trying to be a little bit more active with it, with the shorter bite-sized type episodes, certainly as compared to, again, a Barbenheimer lengthy episode or something like this one you're listening to. So our website's watchreviewrepeat.com. If you want to go there and get links to anything else going on with our podcast, you can get links to our social medias. We're on Twitter at WRRPod, Facebook at facebook.com/watchreviewrepeat. We are on Instagram at watchreviewrepeat as well. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, and you want to be a part of a future edition of the Listener's Corner, as you heard on this episode, watchreviewrepeat@gmail.com. Please send some stuff our way. You can also tweet at us. You can send us a message on Facebook or Instagram. We'd be happy to engage with you there as well. And we'd love to talk about, some stuff that anyone else has been up to. Thoughts on things that have come out recently, up to and including your Barbies, your Oppenheimers, your Blue Beetles, your Gran Turismos, your Nun 2s, maybe. Whatever, man. Whatever you've been up to. You want to talk about it? Let us know what you think about it.
Yeah.
We're happy to hear from anyone. Secret Invasion, maybe you've got thoughts too, perhaps.
I don't know.
Weigh in. The Flash, maybe you have thoughts. Weigh in. Our intro and outro track, it's Mechanolith by Kevin MacLeod at Incompetech.com, licensed under the Creative Commons by Attribution 3.0 license. So, in terms of what we're covering next, I mean, technically speaking, Andrew and I will be talking about Gladiator next. But I think for our next regular episode, I think we're going to do a little Hercule Poirot.
Ooh, spooky.
Yeah, we're gonna get a jump start on the spooky season with A Haunting in Venice, which is right around the corner. I think maybe a few days from now. I can't remember exactly when it comes out, but it comes out soon. I think the timing will make sense for us to see it and have a time to cover it, and it won't be a month between regular episodes, kind of thing. So I think you can look forward to our coverage of that. Feels like. Hopefully it'll be worth a theater trek, So yeah, look forward to that. Look forward to our coverage of Gladiator, any other future epics that we're going to cover. And of course, if you want to hear that sooner than anyone else in the world, patreon.com/watchreviewrepeat. Telling you, it's going to be worth your while. So I'll let Andrew take everyone out.
Take care now. Bye-bye then.
Laters on the Menjay.